Good evening. It's Tuesday, October 15th, 2024. It is 6:06 PM and I'm calling the Groton Board of Education Committee of the Whole meeting to order. Before we get started, I just want to take a moment to thank Superintendent Austin and the staff and faculty for the support that they provided today following that really tragic accident the other night, and Susan wanted to speak about what supports were offered today.
So I just want you to know that I really am so pleased and proud that of the partnership that we have with the police department. I got word in the middle of the night about the tragic accident, and at that time, I had limited information. I did talk to Chief Fasaro, and he was with me like every step of the way throughout the day so that I didn't miscommunicate. And I wanted to just communicate respectfully and be as supportive as I could to our community. When something like this happens, it affects our entire community. And we have a wonderful community here in Southeastern Connecticut, in Groton. And the students, while they weren't attending Groton schools this year, they have attended Groton schools. So they're very well known through their sports activities and their schooling. So today was a somber day. But I have to tell you that Matt Brown and Peter Bass's leadership and all the principals, Jamie actually has one of the siblings in her school. They really had thought this out. They had gotten their crisis teams together. Our counselors, our social workers, and our school psychologists were on board and helping out. They had had emergency faculty meetings where they laid out what needs to happen, that we have to be super sensitive and supportive for this. And our children, while they use social media to get their information, our cell phone policy, being strict as it is, was really helpful. That wasn't where they were getting the information during the school day. But they did, go and see those mental health providers. And, it's just a sad thing. It's a sad day, sad weekend for Groton. But I do say that the support from the entire community is what's needed. And it'll be day by day, step by step. And if we find anything that the family needs, I'll certainly bring it to your attention, and we'll go from there. But I do thank the entire staff, and thanked John Burt because Chief Fasaro is always there, and he is just wonderful to work with and really keeps me informed. So couldn't have done it without him.
Without saying, the thoughts and prayers are with the family and everyone affected at this time. Beverly?
I was going to say the exact same thing. I'd like to extend my condolences to the family.
All right. So at this point, we will review the September 9th, 2024 meeting minutes. We don't have any suggestions, comments about the minutes? If not, I'll entertain a motion to accept the minutes.
So moved.
Have a second?
Second, Beverly.
And if there's no discussion, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Next, we'll review the September 16th, 2024 minutes. So I'll entertain a motion to accept those.
I make a motion to accept the September 16, 2024 minutes.
And do I have a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion or comment about those? Hearing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right, so now we will move on to orientation to the state testing data.
So Lauren, you should probably take a seat up at the table or get a microphone so that we can see you and hear you. Lauren Cassini has been working with our principals and staff administrative staff, in really examining the data, drilling down to the classrooms with our math and literacy specialist, and really planning next steps with them. When we look at it with a district lens, the principals at their data teams in their schools are doing the very same thing. And the way we've broken it out this year is we wanted to give you the larger overview of the state data that you're going to start seeing and when you're going to start seeing it. And then also the deeper dive into elementary, which students take SBAC in 3, 4, and 5 in both math and literacy, and they take the NGSS science in 5th grade. But they're preparing for it every step of the way throughout elementary school. We're going to break it up a little bit this year so that Thames River and Mystic River, which are the larger 2 schools and the one that have some of our specialized special education programs in them and the largest community, those will be on next week, the 21st. So, and then they'll be followed by Northeast Academy, CK, and Charles Barnum the following, I think in November, early November. And then we will have the secondary, Matt Brown and Peter Bass to talk about the secondary results so that you'll get all that data, in the next few weeks. So this is kind of the introduction to the data, and, we can certainly go through it. And if you have questions, just ask. And I think it's separated into kind of an intro piece and then a deeper dive.
Mr. Chair, a point of privilege, if I could.
Yeah.
Could we just have all the staff, there's a lot of empty seats at the table. So I'm wondering if the staff could all move on to camera. Because there's a couple people in the lower right-hand corner that are not really visible.
So are you talking about maybe if Lauren, you want to sit over here so we can see you, and Irene, if you want to sit next to, although Mike Whitney is coming, but that's Dean's, if you wanted to sit next to
That Mike said that he wasn't.
Adrian Johnson right over here, so we can see you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Just put it on Andrew. Andrew won't be here.
Can everyone see the slide on the screen? And this was in the packet too.
Yes, I can see it.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Good evening, everyone.
You want to pull it up so we can hear you?
Again, it's not very often I'm told that you can't hear me. That natural teacher's voice.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so again, I just wanted to reorient you to the purpose of tonight's meeting, which is really to examine the elementary summative assessment data. And really look at it from more of a balcony view at the district level. And then beginning next week, like Superintendent Austin said, the schools will come in individually, and that's when we'll tailor that. We've been working with them to tailor down that data to the school level and more grade level per school. Okay. So the results of our SBAC data, this is really focused on grades 3 through 5 for elementary. Again, you'll see 6 through 8 and then the high school later on, and you'll see by school over the next few weeks. Smarter Balanced is taken every spring. Grades 3 through 8 do take it. They take a portion related to English language arts, and then they take another assessment for math. And then we also have what they call the NGSS, so the Next Generation Science Standards, which is also taken by 5th grade, 8th grade, and 11th grade during that same time frame in the spring. And so as the results begin to come in, we are looking at it through a variety of lenses. But when you want to look like quick snapshot, what is the gist of the information we have, which is really what we're looking at tonight. There are 4 main levels to the SBAC. So the English language arts and the math assessments that occur in the spring. There's 4 main achievement levels, and those are based on scale scores, depending on the grade level that you are in, okay? And so when we look at, and we talk about in some of the upcoming slides, benchmark, what we're referring to are those students who were either meeting or exceeding the grade level standards. Okay, so that green and that blue is really like, that's our goal. And so overview, grades 3 through 5, all of our students, 902 students in grades 3 through 5 took the ELA Smarter Balanced Assessment. These are the results of them. You can see on the top is the count by each of those standards. So does not meet standards, approaching standard, meets and exceeds. Remember, meeting and exceeding, that's our benchmark. Those are our students who are on grade level, performing on grade level for this particular assessment. I do think it's important to note that it is one snapshot. It is not an overall picture of a student. It just gives us one snapshot to look at and to be thinking about and to plan for and use as we kind of look at our curriculum and our individual students and where they're at and how we're performing and how to support them. Our students who are approaching, that's always the trickiest area, right? They're almost there, but they haven't quite met it. And so those are typically the kiddos we really like zero in on to look at what happened, where did they fall in that scale score, and we'll talk a little bit about that. But that approaching are those kids that are just about there, and we really try to focus in on how can we get them over that hump or that cusp, we like to refer to it as.
It's almost like you'd like to see them grow in every single area.
Absolutely.
The kids who are in the red maybe become the approaching.
Right.
And then approaching becomes meeting standard.
Absolutely.
Question for you, Laura. Does the ELA, can we see where those who are not reaching the benchmarks, where is there a cluster of a particular skill sets that they're particularly weak in?
Yes.
Could we dive into that a little bit at some point?
Yes, so I do have that. I don't know, it's in like rough data form. So the schools do have that. So when the results come out, one of the pieces that I do is download the information for them and then look at every individual student in their school that took the assessment. We look at where did they fall? What was that scale score? How close were they to the next achievement level, as we're calling, and that's an approximation. It's not an exact, just to be clear. But how far were they? How close were they to that next level? And then they also have the different claims. And so where did they fall in those claims? Because in some cases, we can have students who are meeting a standard in one particular claim, but maybe approaching it in another. And so schools really use that information to make some decisions as well. So while it's not here, the schools do have it and use it. So I can get that to you. It might take me a little time to put it into a form like this. It's quick and easy to look at.
If the board thinks it would be useful, I would love to see it.
So one of the things that Lauren is able to do is she works with the elementary principals and administrators. She also works with the math specialists and the literacy specialist. And they're the ones who they all together do the deep dive so that they can really see what the trends are at each of the grade levels in each of their schools. So where instructionally do we need to focus and make sure that we're attending to, as well as for the individual students through the SRBI process or the MTSS process, who needs intervention and what do they need it in? So that's really the work of our buildings to make sure that individual children are getting what they need and that we're looking also at the trends so that we can work with the grade level teachers to make sure that instructionally we're getting to the point.
So I'm understanding that within ELA, there are X number of subset categories, and that would give us an opportunity to see where we can get the most bang for our limited buck.
Where are our strengths versus where are we really falling down
Yeah.
according to that? Yep. And the schools, you will see that come next week and following weeks. The schools have done some of that work, and I know that they have also built it into their action plans, which they'll share for you. So you may be getting another little taste of that next week.
Thank you so
But I can certainly put a slide together that's easy to read, that just for a quick glance, like what are our areas of strengths according to those claims and where do we need the most?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I recognize Bev and then Adrian.
Thank you, Jay. That has always been one of the goals of the Board of Education, to get those students in the approaching standards over to the meet standards. I'd like to know, what are we going to do different this year or next year that we haven't been doing in the past? Because we always had difficulty getting those students over the fence. Ever since 1993, one of my coworkers, he was a school psychologist, and I asked him about testing. He said, you got to get those kids that are on the fence over the fence. And it doesn't seem like we have accomplished that. So I just want to know, maybe in the future, you could tell us, what are we doing different now to help those kids get over the fence? And I'd like to see that information that Matthew was talking about. I'd be interested in that also.
Absolutely, I can get that for you. And if you're asking my opinion about what I think will make that approaching group lower, I think transitional kindergarten is a huge starting point. We're grabbing those kiddos earlier. They're acclimating to school. They're beginning to look at and really solidify some of those pre-foundational skills. So, I mean, again, that is my opinion, and I'll, only time will tell if that if that is in fact a fact, but I'm a big believer in the transitional K and pre-K.
And I think that also the work that's being done in the district around literacy and early literacy is going to make a significant difference. So, we are in the process of making changes, and we can already see in the Dibble data, the first one done across the year, that there was some growth, and we look forward to that. So starting early with what you're saying with pre-K and TK, but that early literacy is really imperative. So that work that the board has, supported us in the past couple years, and the implementation that's happening now, I think will make a difference. But there's so many variables. So there's the curriculum, there's the instruction, there is the MTSS process, where we're really zeroing down and looking student by student. There's something called a target that a child has to make. And so looking at the target, we're going to talk about the growth model. So there's so many things, Beverly, that we want to address, that we think is going to help lift us up, lift the students up.
Well, I thank you for saying that, but maybe it shouldn't be so many things. Maybe we should focus on a few things. And again, as the board looks at the budget for next year, I would seriously suggest that we think about putting more money into our elementary education program and try to get those kids over that fence. And if they get over the fence, then they'll be good, hopefully, for all their remaining school years. So that's my suggestion, that we really dive into looking at elementary education and put more money into that. And I'm with Lauren about pre-K and transitional kindergarten. I'm a believer in doing all we can at a lower level. I think that's going to really benefit our students and us in our schools.
And accounting.
Going to recognize Adrian, then Jen, and then Ian.
Bev, I appreciate you saying that, because I 100% agree. And I think TK is huge. We know that, I think forget the exact statistics, but a huge predictor of overall school success is how well kids are reading by the end of first grade. So I think one of the things we need to know is what the teachers think they need for tools to achieve that. That to me would be worth a ton to have some staff comments or the staff comment on, are the class sizes okay? Do they feel like they're effective? Do they have materials? Do they have enough time? Do they need other supports in the classroom? So like those type of questions would be you know, would be great to have answers to, and then we can kind of make decisions, you know, obviously keeping the budget in mind, but we can make decisions where the board feels we need to focus. I personally feel that focusing on those ELA skills, you know, by the end of first grade, and then again, the next benchmark by the end of third grade is huge, and that can affect in the long term our system as a whole. But these are, you know, these are the beginnings of a long-term goal. And then I'd also like to thank Matthew for what he said, and I believe the same question or a very similar question was last year. I think, I can't remember if I was in attendance at that meeting, but I watched it. And there were some questions about grouping of those children that are approaching standards. And I can't remember who asked the question last year, but like, is there a big group of them at the bottom end of that? You know, is that a big curve in that section? So we know if kids are right at the cusp or if they're kind of closer to further away. So I do appreciate that question. I think that could, you know, that could interest the board to have that information.
And that is in a few slides from now, so I'm glad.
All right, great.
Yeah.
All right, Jen.
So I'm really thrilled about, transitional K and all of that. And all of that, but I'm actually concerned about the kids that are already on the path, right? Like, what are we doing for them? Because, everybody always refers to COVID. So those kids who were in kindergarten during COVID are probably in that third grade now. So what are we doing for those kids? So they'll be, those were the kids in kindergarten, first and second. So there are third, fourth, and fifth grade. And I just don't want to forget about those students. So yes, we are building a more sturdy foundation going forward, but what are we putting in place to help the kids that did not have that foundation? And so as you guys are going through the data and looking at it, that's something that I always want to be kept in the background. Yeah, if you have something, definitely.
I'm just not sure of the process. I never know when to.
It's
give
okay.
you your information as I have it.
Yes.
So, in terms of what you're saying, we'll never forget those kids. We don't
Yeah.
forget anybody.
No, I am. Yeah.
But what you're saying is absolutely true, and that's why tightening up our MTSS process, which is our interventions, is critical.
Okay.
And so we did begin some of that work last year in data team, but there is a lot, and it is happening at all the levels. What it looks like at each level
Mhm.
vary. I think the elementary level is probably the tightest at the moment, but even making changes so that as kids transition from one grade to the next, that information follows them so that they're not spinning their wheels and trying to pick up, they can pick up where they left off later before. So things like that, we've been really talking about how to streamline some of those and really target those skills. I know they do use the DIBELS information, and that's a big piece to how they create those interventions.
Mhm.
And that's what you want, those kids in 3 through 5
Yeah.
who aren't seeing the fruits of transitional K or the new
Yes.
literacy program per se from the ground up. We do have those in place.
Those universal screeners, K-5, are really critical to the work, as well as some of the interim assessments for SBAC. So we're really using the data, and then it informs instruction. So it's the core, and then if they need more. So the core instruction has changed. And so that's also a lift up, I think, in the right direction. And then if they need additional support, we're able to give that to them. So
Mhm.
there could be some third, fourth, fifth graders that still need some phonics support or, and so we're able to do that for them.
Great. Thank you.
Right, Ian.
Thank you. I appreciate all the efforts here. Definitely, I'm interested in more detail. As far as like these numbers we're looking at, we talked about it briefly as far as, where they came from, but I'm curious to know, you talked about having the data and then processing it into an easy to view form such as this. But I would be interested in seeing the actual disaggregated data as far as like, the numbers that make up, like, how do we get to the 21%? What are the standards that we're measuring? And which ones are falling short versus which ones are meeting and exceeding? The details within those standards, as far as like, reading comprehension, phonics, you know, mathematical computational skills, the actual like diagnostics, I guess. Is that something that we're going to be able to see? We talked about, getting a dashboard set up for in-house data collection. That seemed to be a thing that we're going to try to move forward with. And I would just like to kind of see that introduced alongside these sort of like broad overview type presentations, but also, maybe having an appendix to this sort of document where we could see how the standards were calculated, which ones were, what's the numbers inside these numbers?
I'm not sure I understand what when you say how the numbers were calculated, I'm not sure what you.
I mean,
Yeah.
what standards are we measuring for? They're out of the Common Core standards? Is that what we're
Yes,
measuring?
the SBAC is directly
Yes,
related
I
to the
apologize.
Common Core
Right. So
standards.
inside those standards, there's a number of breakouts, with
Yes.
numbers and decimals and all sorts of things. And each one and there's all these different categories. And so that's kind of like the numbers behind the numbers is what I'd be interested in seeing, as well as part of an appendix to a broad overview like this. Just so I get a sense, because in my profession, we a lot depends on diagnostics. So I'm comfortable looking at numbers like that, and I think it would be very informative for us to know, like, we may be excelling in one area of ELA instruction, but maybe one particular component is causing a bit of a drag somewhere, and maybe we should look at more specifics as far as like.
That's what you do with the ELA.
Right. So, I mean, I do want to clarify that Smarter Balance assessment is not a diagnostic. It's a summative assessment. The diagnostic is one more similar, I would say, to like Dibbles, where you can really get down right to exactly where the problem lies. You're not going to get that from the Smarter Balance assessment. You might get a bucket, and then from that bucket, we would do a diagnostic to identify what is happening within that bucket. But Smarter Balance in and of itself is not a diagnostic. I think though what you're referring to are those scale scores, and they do have them for the different claims. The issue, and maybe I should have been clear when I said neaten it up for you. It comes with individual student data, and we cannot provide that to you. So I would need to create something where I'm eliminating the student, right? The identifiable student, and I'm just giving you in claim, in this first bucket in listening and listening standards, right? Like where are kids falling, like a percentage there or a number, whatever you would prefer is fine, but I can't just give you the actual document because it has identifiable student information.
Right, which I think is that's where we're going. That's the direction we're going in as a board, from what I understood, based on the other previous data conversations we had, that we want to develop an in-house system to capture as much data as possible and have it anonymized, of course, and all privacy concerns addressed, but to give us a more technical breakdown as far as like how things are going. It's not so much for us to lean in or do anything. It's just so that we can better understand, and so the teachers can better communicate to us like what they, want to move forward, what they think should be reinforced and built upon, and versus like, maybe seeking other strategies in other areas. So, yeah, so I would just appreciate that,
So we actually have a dashboard. We have EdSite Secure that we use, and there's EdSite Public. So we actually do use that. That's a working site that educators use all the time when it comes to SBAC and drilling down into the standards that, we're meeting and the standards that we aren't. So we do have that.
So is that something that we as a board could review from time to time?
You could, if there is an ed site public. You're not going to drill down to students. That's not identifiable.
Right, no,
But you see all the
I'm-
data
I
that's
don't know if
there.
We don't
Yeah.
need to keep going back to that point. I understand that point. Like, we don't need to, I don't want identifiers. I just want to know, like, what's working, what's not, and like, are there peaks and valleys? Where are the peaks and valleys inside these numbers? 'Cause,
Right.
inside these numbers, it could be things that are like highly competent and then things that are not, so.
Right.
So we have, the ed site public, we did look at that together, one night at the board. That's the site she's referring to. And and I can resend the link, it's available to everyone, but you can really dig around and play and sort on there as well. And again, I'm happy to do that, like go through that process again. Cause there's so much you can really go down rabbit holes there. And so my recommendation, even when I'm working with teachers or administrators in ed site secure and or public, you need to go in with a focus, like what is the question I'm looking to answer today, right? And that's the piece you go in there looking to answer. Otherwise, you'll end up in 30 different directions and coming out feeling overwhelmed with more questions than answers. But we can always revisit that, and I'm happy to send you the link again, but that could hold some of the questions that you have.
Okay,
And their state releases different data all throughout the year. And they've gotten even better at releasing it sooner than later. And it isn't until the end of the year and into the next year that you're actually getting a report card and a strategic school profile, probably a year and a half after that, by the time it's
Well,
all released.
right.
So,
and that's also one of the things that we talked about in the past about trying to correct for in some ways, about trying to create an in-house system that maybe mirrors that, is to be able to capture more like real time or closer to real time data, so we can have a more reactive approach if there is something that is not working to its best ability.
And I'm definitely holding a future agenda item to develop that dashboard. I mean, we've talked about the Dibbles data. I'd like to see real-time attendance information, the things that we can capture in real time as a district. It doesn't have to go up to the state and be verified and, go through their process that we can do here locally. And
Right.
Along the lines that Nick was talking to us, of course, he was talking about doing something on a piece of paper on a wall, but now we have digital resources, so, we'd like to get that. And I definitely have not forgotten that, and I personally want to move forward on that and know what can we track in real time.
Right. All right. Well, I do look forward to that conversation in the future, and I appreciate the overview in this presentation. So thank you.
okay.
All right. So this is historical, so a trend over time, how our students in grades 3 through 5 performed in terms of students that are at or above benchmark. So you can see that again, we're slowly making our way back up from those pre-COVID years. We're getting there. We're getting there. It's creeping up a little bit, ideally with our new curriculum in place and our tightening up our interventions. We'll see some continued gains.
And when the schools come in, you're going to see it grade by grade, school by school. So you're going to get even a clearer picture of how it's working. This is like averaging for the district.
I'd like to add for people who may be watching this, that the statistics we're seeing here in Groton are not a Groton reality, but a national reality. We're all struggling with this around the country. And while speaking only for myself, there's a lot of work to do. We are doing and making more progress than some other districts. Not enough, we all agree, but we are
Right.
working on it.
Mhm. Thank you.
Matthew, that was a beautiful segue.
It was a segue.
Into how are we performing in relationship to other districts in our DERG. So we are considered DERG G, which is really just, it's a reference group. So these are like districts, right? In terms of makeup, demographics, socioeconomic standings.
Alliance.
Alliance, there, many of these schools are also alliance districts, you know, with the transient populations and so on.
And I always think it's important to put the state in there. It's in the gray, just because we definitely want to be above the state median, but that really tells us the story of the state, from the New Canaans and the places I've been to the Grotons, to the Hartford and other communities all throughout the state.
So we really are outperforming the other districts in our DERG. I'm looking forward to sharing with you the science part of this, because that's a real wow, which is why we have Ben Moon with us here tonight as well. So we may put him on the spot later.
That's what we need to do.
So, I think I've said this in like other meetings. It's like great to compare us to our DERG, but we really should compare us to schools that we like benchmarking, but not necessarily just our neighboring towns, but towns that we want to be like. So, like the Avons, the Simsburys, who are always consistently up higher, because if we're always just comparing ourselves to like type, we're not really raising the bar and challenging ourselves. So we need to like put a high bar out there so that we can try, you know, we'll try harder. Not that I'm saying we're not trying harder now, but I'm just saying so that we can really push to see, like, as like you do with any benchmark, what is that district doing well that we can sort of emulate or, you know, follow or take, you know, guidance on. Not that we have to be a mini one of those towns, but just take the best of the best. That's why it's benchmarking and it's stretching.
So the DERG, District Reference Group, used to be the ERG, Economic Reference Group. And so they did put like communities together because of the socioeconomic piece too. And that plays a big part in it. But I'm very pleased to show you what we've also uncovered with the socioeconomics, because the more we do in our work with balancing our schools like we've done between the interdistrict magnets and having the one middle school, the one high school. We had a Dr. Rick Krallenberg who came to us during the Groton 2020, who really showed evidence. He's a researcher, and he said the closer you get to balancing your schools and having diverse socioeconomics, you'll see the bar raised for everybody. And so we're starting to see some of that too. So.
So I'm going to recognize Ian, then Bev, and then Adrian.
Thank you, Jay. Yeah, I just wanted to echo the sentiments that Jen just said. I mean, I don't know who said it. There's a phrase I heard somewhere that said, if ever you find yourself to be the smartest person in the room, you should probably find a different room. So I think there is value in trying to find areas where we can challenge ourselves, you know, beyond what we are doing currently now, in which I think, you know, being above 50% is great. It seems like we're trending the right direction. But I do think there's value in finding things to aspire for, as well as things to compare against. So I just wanted to share that thought. Thank you.
Thank you. And Bev.
Thank you, Jay. Susan, I appreciate your response to Jen, but I have to say I'm along the same line as Jen and Ian, and I don't need to go on and on, but I agree with them. We need to raise the bar, compare ourselves. Like Ian said, if you find yourself the smartest person in the room, you need to find a different room. And so every year we do the same thing. We compare ourselves to the DERG and we say, oh, we're doing great because look where we are with the DERG. But really, I don't know. It's questionable.
We also always compare ourselves to our neighbors from Stonington end to, on one side to New London on the other. And this slide, I think, represents some interesting patterns. We've never really superseded Preston and Ledyard, and we have this year. So while we're really kind of close, we're also close to Montville, and Waterford isn't too far away either. So I think that even in our neighboring districts, you see some tremendous growth too because we do want to compare ourselves to the southeastern region as well, to see how we're doing.
Adrian.
Yeah, I would kind of like to echo what's already been said, but bring it down to the next slide, and specifically Stonington. Because Stonington is, obviously they have some areas that are very affluent, but they also have a West Vine Elementary, which is very similar to Groton demographically. So Groton has, I believe, 48% free and reduced lunch.
54.
Or 54. Well, grades 3 through 5. I actually went through and did calculations. I believe it's like 48 points. But and if we look at their ELA scores, they're at 65.1, the average of 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, just those grades. So you have to kind of go into the data, and it's difficult with the public version.
Do you think Stonington is 65% free and reduced lunch? Or that school?
41. So they have West Vine, which is like around 350 kids or something like that. So it's very similar in size to our schools. And in math, for some reason 4 isn't there, so we'll get to math a little bit later, but they're at like 71.7 in that school. So if we talk about, the economic diversity, that school is very similar to us. And I'd love to know what they're doing like so much differently than us, where they're seeing such like significantly higher results.
Well, I'll play the old song again. I think the percentages are showing improvement. But 55% means that 45% are not meeting benchmark. But I don't care about 45%. That works out to 406 young human beings, each one of whom we can help reach the benchmark has a much better chance at a successful life. That's our goal. That's the way I'd like us to frame it, not in percentages, but in the human beings whose lives we have a chance to help.
And I would have to say that is happening every day in our schools with the core instruction and then offering the, tiers of intervention.
It's meant to be aspirational, not to be critical.
No, I'm just saying that is the good work that's happening in the schools. So.
Asia, my comment.
Yeah.
All right, I averaged, when I said 48%, it was 48.8%, and that was just in our elementaries. So it goes to 54 when you throw in middle school, high school. But that was the elementary. So it's not just 3 through 5. I could only search by school. So our average is 48.8 for free and reduced.
Well, I know that
Elementaries.
Northeast Academy is like the 40%. It's the lowest, but everybody else is above the 54%. Free and reduced lunch. So
I can give them to you if you'd like. But yeah, we're at 39% at Northeast Academy. Thames River is 50.7, 52.1 at Mystic River, 48.8 at Charles Barnum. Rochester is 53.4. That's what I found on our website anyway. 44.
44%.
Free and reduced.
that's closer to Northeast, isn't it?
Well, it's in the middle, kind of. I mean, it's 4%, 4.5% lower than us. So there is a difference, but it's a very similar. All I'm saying is that Pawcatuck is a similar community who seems to be doing really well, given the economic advantages or disadvantages that town might have. So it would be, in my opinion, worth understanding if there's things that they're doing that we might be able to emulate, or successes that they're having that we might be able to, you know, give to our kids in this district.
Thank you.
This slide shows, our English language arts broken apart by grade level. And they're pretty consistent with grade 5 being the strongest, with students at or above grade level, or I'm sorry, benchmark. That's pretty much this is how we're performing by grade level.
Mhm.
So going back to those scale scores we talked about and how the achievement level is connected at each grade level to specific scale scores, a range of scale scores. I'm not going to go too deep into this because it's a lot of information to kind of memorize, right? But I wanted you to just have a visual of it so you can understand how it is put together. So the level 1, 2, 3, 4, those scale scores are sequential, where if you look from grade 3 to grade 4, there is some overlap. From grade 4 to grade 5 at each level, there is some overlap. This is helpful when we talk about, Adrian, what you had brought up. So those kids that are at that approaching standard, right? Where are they? How are they in terms of how close they are to the next to meeting benchmark? And so when we look at this, these students that were on the high end of that level 2 scale score at each grade level, 54% of our students were on the upside of that scale score versus 46% that were on that lower end. There was quite a good percentage of students, and I don't have the actual number up off the top of my head, and I apologize for that, but so we didn't just look at like the high scale score and low scale score at each building level and each individual student level. We looked at who was really close, who was within 15 scale points of making it, right? So we're really trying to zero in on like who really is truly right on that cusp. And again, who just barely made it as well, right? So we're also looking at those kids who just made it over that hump into that new level, okay? Because that's important to know as well. We don't want slide back either. We want to keep moving kids forward. And so in terms of our high needs, this is just a reminder, when we talk about students that are considered part of a high needs group, we're talking about students that are special education. They're identified as needing special education services. There's students who are identified as multi-language learners, so limited English proficiency, and economically disadvantaged students, those who qualify for free and reduced lunch.
Lauren, certain schools, everybody gets a free lunch, free and reduced rate lunch. So does that mean that everybody who's getting a free and reduced rate lunch in those schools is considered economically disadvantaged, whether or not they are economically?
No, it means their percentage is high enough that we can get a community eligible program.
But
And so-
I guess how do we identify who qualifies for free and reduced lunch in a school where everybody gets free and reduced lunch?
So you have to apply almost like a grant to a community eligible program, and Ernie goes through a whole process in this application and they look at our numbers. So you have to make a certain quota of the
So you
number
go-
of free and reduced lunch. And sometimes it's a matter of getting those forms in. For instance, at our military school, they do not get automatic SNAP benefits, which if you get automatic SNAP benefits, you're like already in. You do fill out the forms, but that really helps. But because they have TRICARE and they don't get the Husky plan for the state, they don't automatically get SNAP. And a lot of families with a dad going out to sea for 6 months, or even a mom these days, they might not fill in the form. They might not feel like they have the information to fill in it. They might be proud and not want to fill in the form. So filling in the form, just like Impact Aid, is really important, even if you have the CEP, so we can continue to receive those benefits. So those percentages that you see of 54% are based on people really filling out those forms.
Okay, so you've been able to tease that out.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's reassuring. Thank you.
So when we look at our students by needs and we group them into two categories, either a high needs or non-high needs, here is our performance, and it obviously it tells a very stark story. Our students who are high needs have a very it's almost opposite in terms of how they're performing compared to our non-high needs students. Okay. So our high needs, we have 36% that are not meeting standards versus only 15% who are exceeding. And it's almost the opposite for those who are non-high needs.
So for the special education, it's the standards set for special education?
Now they're grade level standards.
Okay,
So they're compared to grade level, they're assessed on grade level standards.
rather than, okay. So then
Rather than
that,
their own personal goals.
yeah, so then that might be skewing a lot, right?
Which if you look to the next slide, this is a breakout of those three high needs subgroups. And yes, so it's fair to say when we look at our special education population, when we look at the number of students that are not meeting standard, they are working towards their own goal. They have a plan in place, right?
Mhm.
They have very targeted skills that they're addressing. And there are educational plans in place for them. Same thing with our limited English proficiency, right? There are resources and there are plans and goals and targets for those students as well. So while let me think, I'm not quite sure how to say this, but when I'm looking at this and I'm seeing that 61% of our special education population is not meeting our standard, my first question isn't, or thought isn't, oh my gosh, 61% aren't, but more, okay, well, how are they doing year over year? Are they meeting their specific targets, right? Like that's more of a reasonable assessment of them.
And
Right?
I'd like to say
That-
there's change in the special ed law. So while they had targeted skills before, they aligned it now to the Connecticut core standards so that when they have their own IEP, individualized education plan, they're now tailoring it so that it does meet grade level standards, and they're putting those in place too. So I think that may help us. And English language proficiency, those are the children that when they first come, their parents sign off if they're speaking a different language at home. And so their parents indicate whether or not they should be receiving services. So sometimes it's just the way they filled out the form. And if we find the child is struggling, then we go back to the parent to talk to them. But there's a lost links assessment that we give them. And there's a score of 1 to 5. By the time they're at 4 and 5 in ELA and math, we exit them and they're no longer needing the proficiency and meeting the standard of limited proficiency. So these are really students who don't have the language in, speaking, listening, reading and writing yet, and we're giving them extra services. And they need a lot of attention, and we've seen that population has risen, and there are many. I think I did add that survey you were asking for. It was 2 years old, but I put it in the board notes. And in it, you see all the different languages that are spoken when we did the foreign language survey. So that is in the board notes, but it's incredible to see. And some haven't had formal schooling either. Some have. So that makes a difference. So, but then you look at the economically disadvantaged, and to me, that's like a picture that mirrors really what the non-high needs breakout is, a little bit, maybe more on the red and yellow than we'd like to see. But, I really feel like it's more in sync with the whole population, or the average of the whole population, I guess.
Recognize Ian and then Adrian.
Thank you. Just curious to know, looking at this chart, do we have any data that compares the special education numbers, the amount of students that are showing up as high needs by special education and those that have limited English proficiency. I guess I'll just, the simplest way to say it is that, when I was doing my special ed certification, one of the things they identified in one of the classes, one of our discussion groups, was that there's a tendency, through no fault of anyone, is sort of like an accident of chance, but that ESL students tend to get classified as special education or needing special needs when in fact it's just a language barrier as far as like things like science and math and I mean reading comprehension will be another matter because if you're grading for English comprehension versus just overall comprehension. But still all the same, when we're assessing limited English students, are we assessing them on a fair playing field as far as like if they're being classified as special education as well as ESL? Do we have any data that looks at that crossover? And do we have any way to try to accommodate for that and make sure that we're providing the education, meeting people where they really are? Because there's a difference between being proficient in a subject versus being proficient in English. Being on
So
grade level in the subject
Are
versus.
you asking, I think I'm not, I just want to make sure I'm understanding what you're asking. Are you asking, do we have data on the number of students that are identified as special ed and
Yes, that would be
English
step one. That would be step one. Do we have
Yes.
any data that we can look at, say, okay, well, we have this number of ESL students and this number of special ed students, and look at this percentage that's a crossover, and is what we're seeing really, do they really qualify, or are they really in need of special ed, or are they in need of intensive ESL English instruction?
There are, these categories aren't unique. You might have a child that is in special education and also limited in English and also economically disadvantaged. I mean, there are many varieties, they might be in several of those categories, but I have to say that really the law states that children have to take this assessment even within a year of them coming to the country. Is it one full calendar year that they get a reprieve, or
No, we have students that,
it's only what? 11 months. So you could have children that are really limited and that they have to sit behind a computer and take an SBAC test.
In
And
English.
even in special education, I mean, there is an alternative assessment for special ed for like our ABA students and students with significant needs. But we're only allowed to have what? Is it
1%.
1% can only benefit by taking that alternate assessment, which is really a teacher-directed assessment in classifying
sure
what they're able to do.
What do you mean by that?
In other words, that if we have children in some of these specialized programs that have limited cognition and, pretty serious disabilities, that they still have to be assessed by the state, and it's called an alternate assessment. But it can only be 1% of our special ed population that can qualify.
Well,
So,
that seems oddly predictive and an arbitrary cap on, I mean.
yeah, well, you and I think alike that way, because there are
Oh.
times when, you've got maybe in a district, you're able to service more children in your
Right.
district.
Yeah, I mean, so.
But you're going to see a breakout better, Ian, when the schools come in, because they actually have a page about their school data. So you're going to see numbers in all of these things.
Right, but
High school.
all that aside, I mean, that wasn't the question I was asking, though. The question I was asking was, how many ESL students are also classified as special ed? And do we have a system to try to accommodate for that, meaning that there's a difference between needing special education services and needing English instruction. And are all the assessments in English? I guess that maybe that would,
So let me give you an example. You have a child coming over from another country
Mhm.
and are very limited, but the parent might have a concern or the school might have a concern that more is going on. So
Are
you
you
would,
saying limited in language or limited in capacity? Or limited in,
that they have limited English proficiency. But there might be something more going on. So you'd go to a PPT, and in that case, the assessments would be in the language that the child speaks to weed out, is it a special ed need or is it a language need?
that's the question I wanted answered.
But in SBAC, they can have, I think, a dictionary of the language that they can refer to. But that's about it,
So they don't have like
an
a
interpreter
translator.
or no.
And
it
with the
doesn't-
technology nowadays, there's no way to accommodate for that?
You wish there would be.
Well, I'm pretty sure there is. This question is,
Well,
are we?
not, I mean, it comes from the State Department. So it's, it's a question we could ask the State Department.
That is a question I definitely would like to ask the State Department.
Mhm.
All right. Thank you for clarifying all that. Appreciate it. I can kind of see the problem may be larger than just our district. Thank you.
Yeah.
As Adrian,
Yes, thank you.
and Beverly. And then I think
I
Matthew.
had a follow-up to Ian's question.
You want to ask that first?
If that's okay with you. In hospitals where I worked as a chaplain, if we have somebody coming in who speaks Serbo-Croatian, we take them over to a machine, call them up, and we have a Serbo-Croatian interpreter so we can do live interpretation. Is this something that we could look for a grant to see if we get one of those machines so we could?
We have those. We do have those in our school. We have a phone service. We also use other interpreters who speak the language, especially Spanish, because that's the larger part of the population. So if you're coming to PPT or a meeting and you need to discuss with families any of the data, that we use this interpretation service. And, we can also use it with working with students.
So would you be able to look into whether that would be legal for us to use that resource for some of these exams to overcome some?
I know it's not at this time.
Terrific.
Yep.
Well, maybe that's something we could ask our senator and representative to see if they can get some clarification for us. Put that on the list.
Okay, Adrian.
I guess one question to start, is could we have kids that are in more than one of those groups? So we would have, I would like to think that the 21% of economically disadvantaged children are also receiving special ed services. Is that the case?
Yeah, so, and thank you, I should have clarified that. So I teased out because of the nature of free and reduced lunch and the privacy around it, there are very few places that actually you're able to get that information single, like they'll give you high needs groups, which include all three, but you can't just pluck out necessarily free and reduced lunch all the time by individual students. So you can kind of tease it out, but not really. So what I needed to do was basically remove all limited English proficiency, all special ed, and then that population of high needs that remains, that's your free and reduced lunch.
So there isn't an overlap. Did I miss?
Not for that. So there can be between, so in our special ed population, there are free and reduced students there.
Oh,
They could be, yes. Our limited English could have free and reduced students. And just the same as Ian was saying, some of our special ed students can be language learners and vice versa. So, those two are overlapped, but the economically disadvantaged, that's a sole
All right.
look.
so just
That makes sense.
economically
I explained that okay.
disadvantaged,
Could
but
you-
not EL or special ed.
Right.
Yeah, could you break those out for us so we can just have the numbers on each one though? So that adds up to 519 kids, but you're saying
Because
it's
there's-
not 519 kids,
No.
it's less.
It's less. Yes.
Um,
It's, give me a second, I'll tell you, 507.
Oh, so not that.
No, it's not, yeah, there's
Doing
some
same thing.
overlap, but not significant.
All right, so yeah, I mean, I would kind of like to know those 21% of kids that are way below standard, that's 60 children. And it sounds like maybe not that many children are also in special ed and why that is. Or why what kind of services are those kids receiving? Because obviously if they're that far below, they need extra help. In another thing that, I just did the math, so economically disadvantaged works out to be 58%. It's probably a little over 60% of the high needs. And I have a fundamental problem with accepting that economically disadvantaged kids, aren't going to learn as well. I realize, I think that that's a failure of us and not a failure of them. Like it's a fundamental problem with our district if we can't meet their needs. And what do we need to do to fix that? Well, we're not going to fix it, but how can we make that better? Because I just like this high needs subgroup. I understand all of those are reasons for high needs, but it's largely weighted by economically disadvantaged students. And I would love to know what we can do as a district to support those families. And obviously we can't, change their economic status, but what we can do to support them, and maybe with more, meeting with parents more often, or having, like reaching outside of the school with those families. Maybe this is for communications, for a separate meeting. But I just have a real problem like that where kids can't learn as well.
I don't think I don't think that's the right message, that they can't learn as well. I don't think that's it at all.
Well, yeah, I shouldn't have said it that way. I should say that they should be significantly more challenging as a group
Mhm.
to instruct.
I think what happens
are
is
more
they
We
come,
need to meet that challenge.
well, I mean, if you look at the research, right, like depending on, the home from the time they're, infants, right? The reading that may take place, the books that might be involved, the experiences, all you're doing before you get to school, children are building vocabulary, right? They're building vocabulary, they're building background knowledge. All of those things are the things that set kids up for success once they get to kindergarten, first grade. So to tackle that, things like preschool, transitional kindergarten,
Yeah,
right?
early
Like those
childhood,
are,
yeah.
this is my passion.
Mine too.
Do you know what I mean, though? Like,
Yeah.
so, no, I don't think that they can't learn as well. I think they're just starting further behind in a lot of cases because of, they don't have, I can find, I have the research somewhere of how many words fewer, it's thousands of words less than their peer who may come from a more steady background, where parents were home at dinner time instead of working a third shift, like those types of things. And there's no right, wrong, or indifferent. It's just the nature of it, right? Like, but they come in with so fewer words and experiences to cling on to. So when you're in a classroom and you're learning about this, some child over here may have gone to the aquarium and says, oh yeah, I remember that. And they can cling on to it much better than a child who hadn't had that experience. So it's all about promoting experiences for children,
Building knowledge,
building knowledge,
which is part of what we're doing.
reading
The
early
reading.
on. I know it's been some good work going into the preschool, throughout the town and reading to them. Like we've all kind of taken that piece on throughout the year. We go to the preschools and we read to them. Like those are the things that, and the daycare centers, those are the things that are going to really make a difference.
And I think though we're seeing, as much as it's not there yet, we're seeing progress being made when you're looking at just free and reduced lunch, that it's very similar to the average of what we're seeing across the district in those buckets. Would I like it to be less red? Absolutely. I'd love it to be no red. And then, have the approaching, be setting towards, meeting. And I think that's aspirational. And I think that we constantly think about that. I think when I see what we've done at the high school level to make sure our kids were accessing the higher level courses and the numbers of kids who are taking the AP, IB, ECE, that's also part of it, no matter what the economic or no matter what has been holding them back. So all across, from preschool all the way to 12th grade.
Elaborating. I mean, Bevan, Ian. Yeah,
Can I just finish?
but yeah, I
Sorry.
letting her know that I can't go to her, so just one at a time.
Yeah,
So
all right.
Adrian can finish, then Bev, then Ian, then Jen.
I'm very happy to see that they're reaching out to young families, to families with small children. And I see it as an investment, although reaching out, however we do it, costs money, and we need to talk about that as a board. But other ideas, in addition to TK, to reach out to those kids or to the families of children that are, 4 and under, that aren't quite in TK, that don't qualify for birth to 3 and that we maybe don't. So are there ways that we can impact our community, the Board of Ed or maybe the library or anything, but are there known ways, like districts that have made a difference by trying to reach those kids and in setting ourselves up for more success later on and hopefully a lot less special ed costs and extra help throughout school by investing that money in the younger part of our community?
And how to best accelerate the children to us after the fact, right? Because we have that component.
Yeah, well, that's our primary job.
Right.
But if there are things that we can do, like, can we have like Monday nights where we just have little kids in and we have like a little, do this with your kid to parents? I don't know, maybe that won't work.
We
but-
do have a good partnership with Children First Groton, where we have a staff member in special ed who reaches out to the Children First Groton. They meet regularly. They've had fairs together to bring people out. We had a couple of them at Thames River last year and, really give parents lots of resources. So we do, we go and read in the schools. So there's a real synergy with that. They have community leaders in all the different communities around town for those early childhood programs for parents who have young children. So there actually is a vehicle in place that we could even do more around. So that's one of the things that, I had been really involved in. And then Nadine, who came in, took over with that and did a great job. But there is that group in Groton that's done some fabulous work.
I mean, that is fantastic to hear, but I want to, my question is kind of where can we go forward from?
Right, I'm thinking the
I
same thing.
appreciate
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
I appreciate TK. I mean,
Right.
that's huge. But what can we do more? Are there other towns that have done more that it's been successful? And maybe we can try to use some of those strategies. So but I do appreciate that.
That is something that we could do better at. I think that we could have more synergy around. We've done some things, but I think we could probably even do more with that.
Great. Thank you.
Beverly.
Susan, along the line with Adrian's thoughts, do we partner with those groups? Because I remember when I first came to Groton, I worked for Head Start and I was a family worker. And we went into families and we taught families how to teach their children at home. And we never partnered with the school district. Is that something that you can partner with these agencies that reach out to young families and
We
families
do.
with young children?
You know that $500,000 grant where we just are the conduit of the funds and they go into having seats all across the district. Head Start is one of them, Riverside. And then we as the district who oversees the funding also provide books that go into hospitals and doctor's office. And, they have a whole
Okay.
program. They have a program over the summer. A lot of us go and read in those schools. So there is this collaboration. And I think, though, that what you're bringing to my attention is maybe more involvement across the district would be
Right.
helpful because it's tended
Right.
to be with one of the supervisors in special ed. Learn is involved. We have a Learn representative who oversees early childhood, and she works along with us and all of the people who are in Children First Groton. So we've really
Mhm.
kept it going. You know, we had those programs alive and well when there was a grant. And they continue to be self-sustaining, and we continue to get grants with them to support this kind of work.
Do you meet with them and talk to them about what we see as a school district for our young kids and what they're doing in their programs, that we're
Yep,
all on the
there's a
same
monthly
page?
meeting. And, you know, I haven't met with them, you know, this year yet, but I do try to get together with them a few times, and I'm sure Anne Marie will probably meet with them as well. So we do have special ed, you know, specialists who are also involved. So it might be something that you would even like to join me, Lauren, and we can assess their needs a little better. But through that grant, they tell us what they need. And then we are able to provide this to families. And one of the best things they did last year were these fairs, these early childhood fairs, and it was really incredible. So I was able to go to a couple of them. And
Well,
meet
maybe
people.
we need to do more collaboration with them. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
Okay.
it's definitely something we could do better at.
My other question is, with the 61%, I know school districts are bringing back a lot of their special ed students, but with a 61% that does not meet standard, are we meeting the needs of all these special ed students?
Do you want to answer that? That's a loaded question. I think we can do better also there, but I think that it really depends on the child's level of disability. Some children are far away from the grade level standards, but this new legislation that's occurred in the state, Beverly, may help us in setting their IEPs with Connecticut core standards as the benchmark. That's already lifting it up for most kids. So
Okay.
I think that will be a good thing.
Okay, because when I see the 61%, that makes me question, are we meeting the needs of all our special ed students, or can we do better? And I don't know, but that's a
Well-
question for you all.
And when we dig in the data to look at growth, we can see how they're growing and how many of them are meeting their target. And maybe that's something that we can go deeper in to really help them to make measured growth, accelerated growth.
Okay, because I don't want the reason to bring special ed kids back to the district to save money. I want to make sure that, okay, we're saving money, but we're really doing a good job with these special ed students.
Agreed.
All right, so I'll recognize Ian and then Jen, and then we'll get back, and then Matthew, and then we'll get back to Lauren.
All right, thank you, Jay.
What about your passion?
I just appreciate Adrian's comments. I think it is important to note that, and of course, Lauren's response to that is, I mean, that is established research where there is a sort of a baked in deficiency in students coming from disadvantaged households where they don't have the same resources, or the parents are sort of focused more on survival as opposed to, you know, investing in the development of their child's intellectual capabilities. So, you know, along those lines, I think that just kind of like ties into what I was asking about earlier. And, you know, looking at the larger systemic problem of, you know, if we're able to identify students that don't need special educational services because it's a simple language barrier, then that frees up the resources to be more specifically targeted towards the students that do need special education services, in the sense that, you know, maybe there is a fundamental deficiency in you know, phonics or you know, fundamental decoding skills for reading, which is the basis of all education, you know. So yeah, I mean, I just want to kind of share that comment, and I look forward to discussing the referral list later. Thank you.
And
Two things, not related. So going back to the economic disadvantaged families, agree with Adrian, right? That just because they're economically disadvantaged doesn't mean that their learning aptitude is disadvantaged. It's sometimes, you don't know what you don't know as a parent. So if you yourself, let's say, never finished high school and you're just working and you think you're doing a better job, you are doing a better job for your child, but it's not at the level where other students are. So aptitude wise, I don't think, but exposure, knowledge, that's why I'm so thankful for that transitional K, because now what you're doing is kids who go to Montessori and then kids who just stay at home with their parents. Now, at least if they're being exposed at an earlier age, you're sort of setting a more level playing field. So I feel like in time, maybe that red will go down. So that's like a goal. I'd love to see what this looks like 2 to 3 years, from now. Um, it's exposure, because like I said, you don't know what you don't know, and you think you're doing a great job, but you're
And it goes
not.
Back to what Adrian was
Yeah.
saying about reaching out to family.
Exactly. So, I totally agree. We need to come up. We haven't had like a communications type of meeting, so maybe there is something that we can sort of like propose or think about doing as a district. Second is, so I used to sit on the board of the United Way up in like, central and northeast Connecticut, not here. But we used to have partner agencies. So, like that 500,000 that you had mentioned, like we would meet with them and establish goals. Sometimes they were in our schools and we provided wraparound services so that we can identify students and work with them beyond just the school district. So if they're staying for after school, like some of the programs we used to fund were like after school initiatives, so that first of all, the kids will be out of like the streets so that they're more focused on education. We give them like meals after school so that they have a meal like even before they go home, just in case they don't have dinner. So I'm not really sure if with that 500,000, like we can sort of tailor it so that maybe we do provide, it's not like after school care, but it's more like programming for after school, whether it's athletics, right? Or not athletics to competitiveness, but just to keep them engaged. Or we provide like tutoring types of services. So in case their family does work like 2 or 3 jobs, that at least that's something that they can apply for, like parents.
So we do have that in another grant. This one that I'm talking about is definitely related for preschool. So
Okay.
it's just for, having more preschool opportunities and seats in some of our partners, who are like the Riverfront School.
Mhm.
And, those schools for little ones, but we do have the 21st Century Grant that was for middle school. We have one that we're waiting to see and hopefully we'll get at the high school. So that's definitely something. And then there's a sliding scale even at Treehouse, and families can really go depending on their economics. No child is denied access. And it would be related to what their income is for what they could afford to pay. So we have that in different other areas, and I think you're right. I think it's really important.
Mhm. That was it, Jay.
Matthew.
Thank you.
Data?
I'm sorry. I mean, it's sort of
No,
related
no,
to data.
I know, I just wanted everybody to keep
Yeah.
in mind that we have a long agenda, and we have a 20-page report from the Budget Ad Hoc Committee. So I just wanted to be
I'll go off the reservation. I'll go off the reservation, but not very far. That's a terrible expression. I'll take that back. I apologize. I apologize for using that expression. I will go off target a little bit, but not much. Adrian, you threw an Alka-Seltzer in my glass and it just started fizzing.
Oh, brother.
We have librarians. We have kids who love to be read to. We have other districts who have kids who love to be read to. We have GMTV. We have a relationship with the library. We can set up a program that's set to run at 3 p.m. or 4 p.m. We do the research for the time, going and taping it in the schools where somebody is reading to the kids. It makes it an entertaining, reading a story, and then the kids can see themselves and their friends can see them, and it can go different weeks, can be in different schools. Maybe Ledyard would like to play with us and have some Ledyard schools in it, and we get on their network and they get on our TV network, so that every X o'clock, 5 days a week or more often, there is an educational activity happening. And while it's not budget neutral, it would be close to budget neutral because we're making uses of other agencies and our already present in-home resources. Back to data. Maybe we could talk about that later, Susan.
Okay, any other questions? If not, we're gonna go back to Lauren. Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you for your patience.
I am anticipating quite a few questions on
Yes.
this. This is an overwhelming slide. So I'm going to try to put it as
Clear as.
clear as possible. So what you are looking at here is our growth for language arts. So what that means is what you are looking at here are students of ours that have more than one data point over the course of more than 1 year, over 2 years. Okay, so that means it is our students who were with us for 2 years and have from one grade to the next, how much growth have they made? How has that scale score changed? Okay. So every student, when they complete an assessment, the SBAC, they're given a target. This is how, based on your scale score at your grade level, this is how far we want you to go. This is what your next score should be. So every student is given a target. What you are looking at here is who met that target and or how close did they get?
Oh, my God.
Yeah. So you have 2 years, because I wanted to show you the difference. So 22-23 was the year for that growth target. How many of our students met it, what percentage, and how close did they get? Then we have 23-24, which was last year. So this bottom green and blue indicates how they performed last year on SBAC for ELA. The blue, the very bottom blue bar represents the growth rate, meaning it's a yes or no.
You either met it or you
You
didn't.
either met your target or you didn't. So 38% of our 3rd through 5th graders met their growth target.
Well, it would be 3rd into 4th and 4th into 5th, right?
Yes, yes. So assuming that 23-24, those are 4th graders and 5th graders, right?
Mhm.
They're looking at their targets from 3rd grade to 4th grade and then 4th grade to 5th grade, if that makes sense. So that growth rate, that blue bar says, yes, 38% of our students, 4th and 5th grade, met their growth target. The green is the average percentage of target achieved. So I phrase this as a question because I think it's easiest way to, and I literally say it to myself every time I look at this. How close did they get? That's what that green bar is. So 60%, so the majority of our students made it 60% of the way to their growth target.
I know.
That's not good.
Well, it's better than the year before.
Yes,
And we want it to get better even after this, right? Continue.
yes, yep.
So, you're right.
And we have math. So I think a lot of the same
Yep.
thoughts, questions will come up as we look through the math. So
Mhm.
if you don't mind, what I'll do is I'll just give you the information.
Yeah.
If there are any outstanding questions that haven't been addressed through the ELA, please feel free. Again, we have our number of
Same.
students, 102 students took the Math Smarter Balance. This is a breakout about, well, while it says at or above 51%, but in the chart student percentage, if you see the 26 and 24, I understand that equals 50%, but I had done the actual, so it came to like 50.6.
Wayne, I
which
can't
rounded
talk.
up.
I'm at a meeting. I don't know why you do that, but fine.
Hey, Bev, your mic is hot.
Oh, so I was talking to my
No, we
husband.
enjoyed it.
At least she was.
Thank you for telling me that, though.
You're welcome.
So in terms of our grade 3 through 5, in terms of math, students at or above benchmark, 50%, again, just it's 50.6, I believe is the final total. We're at or above for the last school year. And you can see there's a slow, steady increase. We're almost back to where we were pre-COVID. And we are heading in the right direction.
But we want to do better. For sure.
So in terms of the DIRT, again, these are like districts. We are near the top. The state is not far behind us on this one. And Vernon is ahead of us. Which I know,
There's a little bit of a rivalry between us and Vernon and the superintendent there.
that's our goal is to always strive to beat them for sure.
Don't say your superintendent's not competitive.
And in terms of the region, this is where we stand in relationship. And I am thankful. I'm gonna look into that particular school in Stonington. I'd like to know more about that. Might be a place to begin some out.
They've had significant growth since COVID. Really different. Actually, this year's down from last year, but a huge rebound that we didn't see yet.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
Yeah, so it's worth looking into to see what are the likes, what do we have in common, what's really different, what are those pieces? I mean, that's the nature of our work, right? It's collaboration and always
Right.
looking to find new and better ways to do things. So I appreciate that. Any questions so far? I know we kind of breezed through a few slides. I'm trying to be really respectful of your time. I'll keep going then. So this is by grade level, which is interesting. I know Ben and I were kind of chatting about this as well. We're in the ELA by grade level. 5th grade seemed to be the hot spot where we did the best. In terms of math, it's 3rd grade. And we were just talking about, especially with math, having a stronger foundation earlier on. But when you don't have that, it's harder to bounce back with the math, right? It tends to be a little easier with language arts to like compensate for missed skills where it's not as easy. When you're dealing with math and math concepts. So the fact that our 3rd grade is the strongest was hopeful. And here are those scale scores again. Once again, if you look at grade 3 to 4 to 5, there's overlap in those scales at each level. But if you're looking level to level, it's sequential.
I like this picture.
And this
That
is, yep, this was
close.
just a reminder for this. So when we look at those scores for those students who were approaching benchmark, 57% were on that higher end of the scale score, closer to that benchmark than not.
And the
Again,
shape of the data kind of mirrors the ELA.
yeah, it really,
Not a good thing.
it really does in terms of our high needs versus non-high needs. And by subgroup again. And I did notice here that our students who fell into that economically disadvantaged category, there was a significantly larger group of them that were in that approaching band than the English language arts. There were definitely more students here that were at benchmark in that particular subgroup. So I'd like to look closely at that group.
I think you're going to have the math specialists working with you on November 5th and with Anne Marie and I. So we're going to do some deep diving.
And again, this is just non-high needs versus, it's a fairly similar story. Again, that approaching, I'm curious to know more about. I want to really dig into that a little bit more at the district level. And so here is our math, smarter balance growth. Again, if you look at the top numbers, that's 22, 23. If you look at the bottom, it's 23, 24. The blue is yes, right? So 38.1% met their growth target. And then the green is the how close did we come? On average, we got about 56, 57% of the way to our growth target.
Would you define what you mean by growth target?
So every student is given, when they take the assessment, they, based on where they fall according to their grade level and according to their scale score, they're given a target, how many points they should make the following year on their assessment when they take it again. And so that becomes their growth target. And so this is, did they get there? They didn't, how close did they come?
And our students in middle school know what their targets are, and so do their teachers. So they really have been paying attention to that, and that does seem to help.
Do we know why we have 62% that didn't meet the target?
I don't know. It's something we can do the deep dive on with the math specialist.
I really couldn't answer that.
It's a good question, though.
I know that the work has begun to really look at the curriculum and aligning, the different pieces of the curriculum and more experiences with some of the IAB assessments, which are like tailored to look like some of the smarter balanced assessments, give them exposure and experience with it. I think they're working through different pieces right now.
Yeah, I think the ability to answer that question will help you make decisions.
That's why we're going to do the deep dive with them. Yeah.
And then the NGSS, Next Generation Science Standards. This is how it's just given to our fifth graders at the elementary level. And our students, we were acknowledged in more than one public forum for the improvements made. Where were you recently? Where it was acknowledged?
I think I was at one of the big State Department meetings and on vacation, the first of the year, and they said, "It's Groton in the house."
Yeah.
And they really, and that's why I said, Ben, come on to the mic, because you might want to talk a little bit about why you think, we've been seeing some measured growth in this, and just your conversations with the high school too, and middle school, to kind of align some of this work. Not that you're K through 12, you're K-5, but you do a lot for the district, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Want me to speak to it a little bit, or?
Yeah.
Go for it.
All right. Yeah, so we were definitely pleased to see, a fair amount of growth, compared to last year.
This is the one area where we're back to the 18-19 number.
Yep.
This is the first area, so this is like hopeful.
Yep. Really, really good sign. I can tell you a couple of the things that we've done that most likely play a role in, in getting to this space. We, a couple of years ago, created a science leadership team. One, to make decisions about curriculum and where we go professional development wise, but also to be a team to solicit feedback from teacher teams and identify barriers to why students aren't successful. Adrian, you mentioned earlier tonight about surveying teachers. I think it was when we were talking about literacy. And we did that. We've been doing that the last this will be year 3, where we've been doing end of year curriculum surveys in science, kind of getting a gauge as to how teachers are feeling about their knowledge of standards, their access to materials, their knowledge about high quality teaching practices. And then we take that data and we try to put strategies in place to address those barriers. And we keep data on that as well. And we've actually seen indicators that as teachers' self-reported capacities are increasing, that scores are increasing too. So, so that's one thing. Last year, we also implemented science grade level meetings about 4 or 5 times a year, specifically at grades 4 and 5, and really focused on going back to what the standards were assessing and kind of just regrounding in what are students supposed to know and be able to do at the end of a unit of instruction. All of our community partnerships, I think, play a really big role. There's a lot of growth across the district, but Catherine Kolnaski, I think if you dug into the data, like CK in particular had really good science growth. And what's of note about that is that we're like coming right out of COVID, we started a multi-year professional development partnership with the Connecticut Science Center. So this would be year 4 of that partnership. And so you're starting to see some of the results, across the district, but specifically at CK from some of the new teaching strategies that they're implementing.
I think having you beyond your magnet work at CK, take the leadership role K-5 is going to help us do things district-wide too. Because beyond the magnet theme, that's something that can help for all NGSS standards, and that could be something that we could.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think, most of the credit goes to the teachers. They're the ones that are, directly instructing kids and reacting in real time and balancing all the other demands of their time. So, but leadership and coordination and the ability to be able to be in classrooms and do some embedded coaching, which is what I do as well, I think also plays a big role. So we're super, super proud of that, but I think, if I've picked up on any themes tonight, it's that we want to continue to do better, right? And I like the phrase like, be the best at getting better. And I kind of like remind myself of that, in the work that I do. Like, you want to be the best, but focus on being the best at getting better. Like, that's where I kind of frame where to put my energy. Like, what are the systems that I can put in place that are going to allow not only me, but teacher teams to continue to improve. So the way that looks this year, our focus is on assessment, because unlike ELA and math, we just get in an elementary level, we just get NGSS data in grade 5. So we don't have a cohort to be able to compare to. So this year we've developed assessments, common unit assessments for grades 4 and 5 that will actually be really good evidence of student work. And we'll be able to have grade level meetings about and really be able to identify like what do kids know and what do they not know, and then be able to do something about that.
On that data dashboard.
Yep.
Beyond the summative, frankly.
Yep. So that's one of our systems about, ways we can continue to get better. And then one of the other big focuses for this year is defining what we want high quality science instruction to look like, so that teachers have a clear picture and a clear target of, when they're teaching science, what are we shooting for? And that allows us as coaches to have something to coach into as well. And
For principals too.
look for us for principals, and then a lens for professional development, and be able to collect those needs. So, yeah, so super proud of how kids did, but definitely acknowledge that we're not done. And we're going to keep working hard to get better.
We have another slide. Those are the neighbors.
Then this was pretty interesting too. So if you think back to the ELA and math, where it was almost opposite trends for our high needs versus non-high needs. You can see that the science is a little more rounded. It's not as severe in the trends. You see, again, same thing. The fewer kids not meeting this in grade 5. Our non-high needs versus our economic.
Science is missed.
And then our district plan to increase student achievement. Understanding that we will continue to examine assessment data, identify areas of strength, areas that need improvement. This will happen through district data teams, school level data teams, action steps to support areas identified as needs, which the schools, the individual schools will get into, when they come to present in the next coming weeks. Continue our efforts for chronic absenteeism to reduce that, looking closely at chronic absenteeism and patterns. So specifically over the course of specific days, specific months, specific schools, really beginning to target that more and maybe even possibly looking into cleaning up the policy a little bit. I'd like to have some thoughts about that. I'll probably be bringing that around at some point. And then our TFS process, again, strengthening that, developing system, really tracking preventions closely. Using research-based intervention, based on assessment tools, and a consistent structure to monitor the effectiveness of it.
Thank you very much. And
Thank you.
thank you for coming in and presenting NVSS. That's a real. So you said you're developing, even though NGSS only is tested in 5th grade, unlike SBAC, you're developing something for 4th grade in district.
Yeah, we developed common unit assessments. So they're pencil paper tasks, but we aligned them not only to units, but every assessment question is linked to a particular standard. So that hopefully teachers will be able to see, not only what kids can and can't do, but which standard that applies to. That way it gets us a little bit more like real-time decision-making about what to do about it.
And then the IABs stretched across 4th and 5th, because that assessment is one of the more complicated assessments. You're doing sometimes a lab, you're looking at data, you're interpreting and making decisions based on that. And then there's the information side that you have to really have information and not be knowledgeable to be able to answer it. So it's like putting a whole lesson in every question, and
Yeah.
so it's really, they have to be able to be versatile and be able to do all of those things on the computer.
Yeah, our teachers did a good job using those IABs on the science side as instructional tasks and instructional opportunities. And on the science side, that's our current thinking is like, that's where we see the best use. We're going to have these common unit assessments. So we've got really good evidence of student thinking, but we're going to use the interim assessments as opportunities to really get kids comfortable with the look and feel of the test and how to navigate, and a chance to have some really good dialogue about what those tasks look like.
And then do you plan to go down to 3rd grade with that at some point?
Yeah, that's the next step. So grade 5, we've got a complete suite of assessments. Grade 4, we've completed 3 out of 4. We'll finish up the last one at some point this year, and then grade 3 is next. Yeah. And we worked with the Connecticut Science Center on that too. They have a great teacher education arm called the Mandel Academy that we've been working with for a long time. And so we've been doing this work in consult with them as another layer of expertise in this area.
Thank you very much. We're glad to hear that. We're going to recognize Ian, and then Jen, and then Adrian.
Thank you, Jay. I just wanted to express my appreciation and support for the approach that Ben just described, and also that philosophical take on being the best at getting better. I like
that too.
as far as like having that in-house diagnostic and having a format of the questions that mimic and familiarize the student with what's going to be on the SBAC, I think is also, and all the other assessments that we have that are standardized. That's a great approach because a lot of times there's a disorientation that happens as well with these standardized tests. Because you know, we're taught how to teach in a differentiated fashion, but then we're assessed on how the students learn in a standardized fashion. So that's a dichotomy that's hard to navigate at times, and it sounds like Ben's doing a great job as far as finding the balance there. So thank you.
Appreciate that.
Jen?
Do you think our scores are better in science because the students are more engaged because of our partnerships? I believe you had mentioned Catherine Kolonowski, and if I remember from the presentation last year, I think they had Project Oceanology, NESS, as well as Connecticut Science. I mean, those are premier
Yeah.
like partner agencies. Do you feel like engagement, like at a very early age, creates that love for science, and that's why we do better because the kids are relating to it more, or they're learning like through hands-on, and it's a different form of learning that they don't even realize they're learning, and now we're seeing the benefit of it.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's a number of factors. I come back to our teachers, you know, as like first and foremost, like making the time and space to provide these engaging lessons. And you're right, a lot of them are hands-on and kids really enjoy it. But teachers also have to be deliberate with, you know, specific teaching strategies. Like we want it to be fun, but it's also not just fun, right? Like we want kids to be learning things. So, you know,
Yeah.
I think our professional learning that we've done to kind of build teacher capacity has played a really big role. But to your point, I also think the community partnerships are huge. Again, Connecticut Science Center has the professional development arm, which we've been able to take advantage of. But then, I mean, Project O, NESS, Nature Center, Mystic Seaport, we're just blessed with so many great partners.
Yeah.
And not to mention, like our summer programs too are at the elementary level often geared towards science, STEM, engineering.
Mhm.
A lot of our after school programs are geared there. And even though not all of our magnet themes are science related, some are more STEM and science than others, but a lot of our partner programming that magnet programs bring in end up connecting to science
Mhm.
and social studies, but often science. So I think it's a lot. I think it's a multi-pronged approach to why we're seeing that success.
Great. Thank you.
Adrian?
So Ben, I just wanted to say thank you. I feel really comfortable with our district. You know, with you kind of, you know, continually improving. And I was going to kind of say something that Ian said, which, you know, if you're the smartest person in the room, you're in the wrong room. And I love that.
Yeah.
But you've clearly, you know, switched rooms and I really
That's nice. Thanks.
I really appreciate what you've done very good. And I'll also say, Lauren, thank you for all of this. I mean, it's huge, the amount of data and the insight that this gives us into how our kids
Right.
are doing.
And we appreciate all your questions because you really are so invested in this and it really shows. It's really supportive for me to have you, you know, really curious about this work and wanting to know and how you can support it. So one of the things that we did after that survey was they wanted supplies, science supplies, so they didn't have to go to the grocery store all the time. And they wanted to match the program that we had with Mystery Science.
Yep.
And the kits were, what were they, about 5,000 a piece per school, or were they 5,000? I'm trying to remember.
A little less than that, but yeah.
So we didn't have money, remember last year? So I was able to carve out the district title funds and prioritize because the title is all about the core standards and NGSS are core standards. And I wrote about that. So we were able to do that to be able to get the supplies ordered in the summer and get them delivered. And that was greatly appreciated by the teachers that was
Huge. Yeah.
one other little obstacle that always gets in the way. They don't have what they need for these awesome science experiments. So we wanted to really nip that in the bud, but I wouldn't have known it had I not had Ben by my side saying, this is a real need. So We have to listen. Thank you.
Again, thank you, Ben, and
Thank
thank
you,
you all of
Lauren.
all of our teachers who obviously can't all be here, but are working every day
Mm.
on all of these issues and working, boots on the ground with these individual students to increase their personal achievement. We're just looking at averages. And in some respects, I don't know, Matthew, if we had an hour or two, could explain to me how useful they are. But it's the individuals that, that the teachers deal with every day. And thank you, Lauren. And as you've heard, the district is very interested, the board is very interested in this real-time evaluation data.
Goes in the
And so
box
we'd
behind.
like to, continue working on it. It's a future agenda topic. We'll work with you on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Oh,
Thank you.
Anne Marie.
At least you're not
Right.
alone.
We'll do the budget. I'll fill you in tomorrow.
May I add something for Susan? This is just a personal expression. As you use the collected data to make decisions about instruction, could you consider including metric-based goals? In other words, we would like to get from X% to Y% and use the motivational, aspirational piece with the faculty to cheer them on and prod them at the same time.
So as an alliance district, we actually have the state recommended. And I can show you that every alliance grant that I do, I'm providing over time what the goals, and you actually saw a piece of that in my evaluation, my self-reflection, where the goals are, where they're expected to be by 2025 at one point, and then 2030. So we do have that as measured growth across time in each of the areas. So we do have that based. And it's based on what the state aspirations are for us. So.
All right, well, thank you very much. And so now we're going to move on to the next agenda item, which is the interim report from the Ad hoc Budget Procedure Committee. And our thanks go out to Ian for chairing the committee. Again, many Thursday nights over to work on this. This is something that obviously we came up with in the last budget or at the end of the last budget process in the spring, but they've been working all summer on this. And then also Mike Whitney. Ian, I don't know if you want to give a overview. I mean, we've all had some time to read the report. You want to give an overview and then we can entertain questions.
Sure, yeah, I mean, the chapter one, the report, basically, I try to set it up in a few different sections with chapters, and chapter one is just a narrative, little background of the report. As an offshoot of a number of observations that we had during the last budget cycle, and interest in ways we could refine the procedure that we do. So if people, we could, I'm more than happy to just project it up on screen, and we can kind of go through it section by section and discuss whatever is, of interest, and, get a gauge. My hopeful outcome for this meeting would be to get a sense. One, the chapter 4, the policy revisions, as a committee, as the ad hoc budget procedure committee, we referred it through the chair of the Board of Ed, we referred it to the policy committee. So all those policies are on the agenda for tomorrow night's policy committee meeting. We're not trying to run anything through an undue process. We want to follow the established procedure for revising policy that the Board of Ed already has. And so that's, 2 reads through the policy committee and 2 reads through the regular full Board of Ed. So this is just sort of a general introduction to the report. There are some items as far as the timeline and the table of contents that we could discuss tonight as separate motions that I think the board could lean in on, as far as, trying to, say that that's the direction we want to go with, because that's not necessarily attached to policy, but it is, as a template, but it's also particular to this year. So, with that, I guess I would just want to gauge the room. Has everyone had a chance to read the narrative, the chapter 1? Or would anyone like to go through that now? All right, I'm just going to share the report, and we just kind of walk through it. And as conversations come up, we can talk about it. So, I'm sorry, did I hear a question?
No.
No.
Okay. So chapter,
Walk us-
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I said, we're just letting you walk us through this.
Gotcha. Okay. So, so the Groton Board of Education Ad Hoc Budget Procedure Committee was formed in late May of 2024 and charged with the task to create a report and make recommendations to the full board regarding budget preparation, presentation, and oversight.
Could
This
you enlarge
report's being-
Patty, in please, because it's not legible,
Oh, you want it larger?
please.
Is that better?
Yes.
So let me, all right. So the format of committee recommendations will primarily take the shape as attached draft documents. The first 3 documents have been put forward as recommended policies, procedures, and a method of presentation by the Ad Hoc Budget Procedure Committee. The recommended presentation and organization models, if approved by the full Board of Education, have been attached to a corresponding policy as an extension of the policy. Chapter 2 is a proposed table of contents that would serve as a template from which a re-envisioned budget book could be constructed for the FYE 26 and beyond. If approved, this template could be attached to the policy P3110 or P3113 as a model for future board members and administration to use as a reference and a norm to diverge from as needed, as determined by the board and administration on an annual basis. Chapter 3 contains a proposed timeline of events related to the budget. One merged to contain both one merge to contain both the Board of Education's point of view of broad oversight in a fiscal year context and the administration's point of view focused on details of construction, production, and other internal technical aspects with the budget. If approved, this could also serve as a template that could be attached to policy P3110 or P3113 as a model for future board members and administration to use as a reference and a norm to diverge from as needed, as determined by the board and administration on an annual basis. Chapter 4 contains 9 proposed draft policy revisions that address several issues identified both by the committee and by other Board of Ed members at large during numerous discussions that occurred over many months of the FYE 25 budget sessions, as well as after the fact, as the board and administration dealt with lingering issues from the FYE 23 and 24 budgets. So, chapter 2, we took a look at the full year in context, and our previous edition of this report had 2 separate timelines, and it was determined by the committee that we would merge the 2 together. And so I know the superintendent sent out a draft timeline earlier this evening, and so this may be a thing that we need to discuss now since we're kind of getting into the pipeline. Because there are a few key differences between what the superintendent sent out and what we have here. And So,
It correlates with the original one that Ray had sent out, but there are some overlaps that are in sync. And then there's some other things that may or may not be doable at the business department end, but just letting you know that typically the earliest I've ever seen the budget book delivered is before the holidays in the 10 years I've been here. And that's because of the workload that needs to be done in order to get that. Digitally, it's easier to produce, but we've often done it both digitally and in book form to make it convenient for the board to look at. But there have been just as many years that we've delivered it right at the beginning of the new year.
all right,
Would it be
so
possible to review that tomorrow? So tomorrow's policy meeting, so we can hopefully all get on the same page as to what a good calendar would look like.
Well, I think that you see the one that the ad hoc has put together, and you see this one that is, I would call the doable. And to see where they match up, where they line up, and where they might be off a little bit. So certainly a discussion around that.
Well, I think one thing we could clear up, personally, I feel we could clear up is, in the past, the budget has gone to the Finance and Facilities Committee. And I personally support it going directly to the full board as soon as it's available. Even if it's only in digital form. You know, ideally, we have something in paper we can make notes on, but in this day and age, I think a lot of us are comfortable with the saving of the paper and the issuing it in a digital form.
Yep.
right, and I would definitely
And I
invite.
think,
fellow
oh, sorry,
committee
go on.
Right. I was about to say exactly that. I invite my fellow committee members to jump in freely as they see fit to help discuss this the document here. Thank you.
So I'm going to recognize Jen and then Irene.
Okay, I think even Dean had mentioned in one of our earlier meetings that it doesn't make sense to go to the Finance and Facilities Committee because this is only a 9-man board, or 9-person board. So going straight to the board would be fine. And so that like the rest of us can get the data without like finance sitting on it for like a week before it's shared. So that's the one change. To be honest with the timeline, most of it is in parallel to what is here. The main difference, and this is something, and we even did it last year, right? The main difference is us having the Board of Ed review like the superintendent's budget like in January, starting in February as proposed by Ray. That's too late. Like last year, I don't know how many hours we ended up spending in January, but if we start in February and so last year we started in January and we barely made the February deadline. And here, Ray, who did not have the benefit of sitting through like our January meetings, had suggested February's. If we start in February, we're never going to make that February 28th deadline.
I don't see it starting in February on this calendar, though. I see it starting
Budget work session, February 10th,
January
18th.
6th.
Superintendent scheduled to deliver the budget to the Board of Education.
Yeah, but it's only like one, so it's the same here.
Showing the 6th, the 14th, the 27th as budget work sessions.
So then it should be, is that the same then? Did I just miss that? I apologize if I did. Okay,
I think some of those dates do overlap. I see the 6th on this.
okay, my bad.
But with a public hearing, but I think the public hearing comes after the 6th. And I don't mind giving a preview like in December for you guys to kind of chew on and ask questions about. That's fine. It
Okay.
might even help us.
The only difference I saw is on the Ian's version, there was a work session scheduled for the 22nd or the 23rd,
Of which month?
of January. I don't know if we can add another work session in January or not.
Yeah, I think it seemed to me like, I mean, we just got this today, but it seems like we had a lot more meetings planned in the committee's version, like budget review, COWs. And in my own opinion, we should put them in the calendar as such, rather than just making so many special meetings. For myself, I like to plan ahead, you know, a couple of weeks for meetings and having them in the calendar and then deleting some if we don't need them seems much easier than just adding 6 or 8 meetings or however many we added last year. Which seems like it's been past practice that meetings just get added.
Well, and 3 meetings a week is a lot for staff.
Well, last year, we added quite a few.
Too much.
Or this year, we had quite a few more than usual. Just because we had specific concerns that we needed.
Right,
You
and
mean
so,
from last
so part of
budget?
the reasoning behind this, to my understanding, was that, you know, one, there was a desire, seemed to be the consensus of the board, but it was definitely the desire of the committee that we run the budget review session similar to how the town council and the RTM do theirs. Where there's an opening of one committee of the whole meeting that is recessed periodically, you know, day by day, and that each committee of the whole meeting or each session would have sort of a targeted list of budget items that we'd handle. And so the reason I pulled in all these dates was just looking at one starting in January early and having a public hearing to open the session, because that sort of combines with the preview and the presentation that's noted on the superintendent's draft. You know, but I don't see any reason to wait, you know. And it's always easier to eliminate meetings than it is to add them. And we did get jammed up towards the end last year where we did meet 2 to 3 times a week, trying to handle a number of items where I'd rather be a lot more strategic about it. And I believe that was the will of the committee as well, that we wanted to allot more time ahead of time and maybe hopefully finish early and maybe strike some meetings if they're not needed, if we're able to move through stuff. And also that kind of ties into prioritizing the budget along the lines of like what are fixed obligations versus what, you know, are things that could be movable.
And
Can
one
I
of the
just-
things we did do, oh, I'm sorry, go on, Bev.
Just a quick question. Years ago, when I was on the Board of Education, we would hold one budget review meeting on a Saturday morning. And we would be there for like 9 to 12 or 9 to 1, and we would do the budget. And everybody was, you know, you're not coming from work to do it, you're more refreshed. I don't know if this board is willing to give up a Saturday morning to look at the budget and really, you know, you're more refreshed. You're not coming from work and you're not there from 6 to 9 doing it, you know. I would suggest, and I would be in favor of doing that. And that's just a suggestion, of course.
I'm gonna recognize Irene.
You do. So the Tuesday, December 17th review with the Finance and Facilities Committee, that was basically a status on the budget. That wasn't delivering the full budget to that group.
Oh.
The full budget would be delivered on January 6th when the superintendent makes her presentation. So if the board would like to add a meeting just as a status meeting instead of just having it with the Finance and Facilities Committee, we could achieve that, but to have a budget delivered by December 16th this year is not achievable. We're still working on the audit, so I think that's a key factor that people need to keep in mind, is that we need to get through the audit, otherwise our grant funding is at risk. So the more you want to push up the budget being delivered, the more pressure being put on the business office on delivering the audit and trying to deliver a budget at the same time. And that is my concern, that we're gonna start seeing grants at risk because audit has to be the priority to maintain that funding.
We also talked about really having more accurate numbers. I think we saw over time that we haven't always allocated what we needed. And so that's another goal that we have, is to make sure that utilities are what we expect to pay. And, and I think that, we'll have a better sense of that too, if we give ourselves time. I wanted to also add that last year we had, many of you were new. And so we did have the principals come in and give you, that data sheet, about their schools, and they talked about their schools. So that took a lot of time. So what I've tried to do is when they come in to talk about their data, they're also going to talk about the makeup of their schools and what that has to offer. And we can even make those sheets up to go into, because I like those sheets because it shows you what we're spending on every school in central office. And I think that's helpful. But I think we just put it in the budget book and we won't have to waste 4 nights or whatever we took. So that was another piece that we added that you all said we really we did it because it was a new way of looking at it. We can still showcase that, but we don't have to spend time. We can put it in the budget book.
The only other item to address, I was at the CASBO budget best practice meeting just last Thursday
On budgeting, right?
on budgeting. It was a session on budgeting about best practices, comparing what several districts, what they were doing well, which things they could improve upon, recommendations. And their best practice was January 15th is being considered ahead of schedule to get the Board of Education the budget. So we're actually even before then. But typically a majority, probably about 90% of the attendees don't deliver the budget till February 1st, and then they still have that turnaround time of February 28th. So I think we are in a good situation as far as delivering it by January 6th.
I also attended several CABE workshops on budgeting and best practices, and I put a little bit in the board notes that gave you some of the videos, but that was really very powerful.
So looking at, I'm looking at the committee's proposed timeline, stipulating that we met every time that they're showing. And I'm looking at January 7 to 9, not being 2 meetings, but being a frame for a single meeting. Have I got that right, Ian?
Yeah, the idea is, again, like if you've watched the town council and the RTM meeting, budget process, what they do is they do meet, on an almost nightly basis sometimes. But they open up a session and they just recess. So yeah, the goal was to have those dates available. Now you could drop one out, drop 2 out, but if you block them out ahead of time, then they're there and at your disposal.
My concern is that we have on your thing, on your sheet, Ian, it suggests a joint Board of Ed Council RTM budget meeting with a public hearing and work session on February 5th.
So here,
let me- Ian, please. The superintendent's calendar shows that on January 14th, having a public hearing on January 14th. I just don't understand how we can have a public hearing on the budget if we haven't had some significant work on the budget beforehand.
well, here's the thing. Yeah, exactly. So,
It's not the Board of Ed's budget yet. It's the
Right, so-
superintendent's.
So
Yeah.
here's the thing yeah, that's the approach that went into this calendar. Was the idea is that the superintendent creates the budget's delivered and is presented on January 6th at the same, at the same time we take a public hearing to kind of get input to the Board of Ed, so that begins the transition from superintendent's draft budget to Board of Ed approved budget. And then that gives us a month of January to work with the budget ourselves as a Board of Ed. And then there's a second public hearing that happens in February 5th, where that's the joint Board of Ed, Town Council, RTM budget meeting, where now we've had a month with the budget and, the public will have some sense of the directions that we're going. And there could be some further comment on that. And it would also give the town council and RTM a chance to interact with the board in very specific fashion as far as, again, they would have had weeks with us witnessing us work with the budget, so they would get a sense of like what our general, directions may be in any given area. And so they'd be able to speak specifically towards certain things. So the thought was like, yeah, to have the initial and then sort of a midpoint, and then, then we close out with another month with more information, being able to work with like town council input, RTM input, and, 2 rounds of public input.
So I found Irene's argument to be ultimately very persuasive. So then the question is, how soon could we have a superintendent budget? Is it any possibility of getting it before January 6th?
What I can commit to is January 6th. If I have something available beforehand, I definitely send it out. I don't hold it until that specific date.
Okay,
So if it's compiled earlier, I'm more than happy to share it, as well as identify the unknowns that we still have assumptions built into the budget.
is it, this is not my area of expertise at all.
Okay.
Please, so I'm not trying to micromanage, I'm trying to understand.
These are great.
Is it possible to feed us parts of the budget so we can get started on our work? Maybe feed us I'm making this up from whole cloth, feed us the part of fixed costs. So we know we have a figure for contractual, we have a figure for salaries, we have a figure for bus transportation. The low hanging fruit, can we get a piece of it so we can start the work even if we don't do it all in sequence?
Well, we started last year.
Well, that's what
No
we
health
did.
Insurance.
Yeah, and you guys didn't like that at all.
No, I was gonna say, Matthew, like, so, I have PTSD from last year. I'll be honest, from what happened. Because every time we walked in here, the numbers changed. Numbers that should not have changed, freaking changed.
And they were going to be next, they were going to show next week.
I had like a binder, change this piece of paper, pull this one out, change this piece of paper. Traumatized, right? So if you could tell me on January 6th that this binder is going to be pretty solid, except for let's maybe insurance or something, like 3 items that we don't have any information on, but on January 6th, it's 95% complete, 90% complete, just like insurance. And I would be willing to like say yes to January 6th. I do not want what happened to us last time when we were all brand new, change this page, change that page. Oh, by the way, like it was 125, now it's only 50. You come back the next day, oh, it's 175. And I was like, it was awful. I will tell you that. And I think that's why this is the reaction that we were like trying to put a schedule together, like, hey, we need it by December so that we can sort of analyze it. But if you're telling me it's going to be like 90% complete with a few exceptions, I'd be willing to wait for that final product. What I don't want to happen is on January 6th, it's 75% complete, and then we have 25% changing while we're in the middle of those working sessions, and we don't know what's heads or tails, I'll be honest. I know you're laughing at me, but that's how I felt.
I
Well,
second
and-
it. And
right.
The January 6th date is reasonable if we have a complete budget, yes, because there were numbers that changed, and sometimes we were, sometimes it came up and sometimes it was just new papers with different numbers and we didn't know what the changes were.
Okay.
So if we had a complete budget with whatever line items that need to be yellow, that are just your best guess because we can't get that number yet, that seems reasonable to me. And I can, I understand that the business office has a lot to do. I'll let Ian weigh in on, and how he feels about January 6th for the start. But yeah, if we had a full budget where it seemed like last year, maybe we didn't have that until February, you know, like kind of a complete idea of what was going on. And then.
Hey, Jay, okay.
also
I raised
did-
my hand.
Oh, sorry.
I spoke up, but then I'll just say, and I would really like to have those work sessions in there so we have plenty of time to talk about it.
Better.
I'm in favor of January 6th. I wasn't a new board member, but I didn't like the budget coming in bits and pieces. I like to have the entire budget at one time. That was something new last year. And I guess Susan tried it out and it didn't work out that well. So January 6th is fine with me. As long as we get most of 90%, 99% of the budget.
Yeah, and speaking for myself, just as one individual member of the committee, I would find that to be an acceptable compromise as well. If it's if we get a firm document, that is the superintendent's firm draft budget, there it is. And that begins the transition from superintendent budget to Board of Ed approved budget. If that starts on January 6th, then I'm fine with that.
And I like to have a hard copy instead of a digital copy because I like to write notes in the budget book.
I could agree with that too.
Okay, so I'm gonna recognize Irene and then Mike Whitney.
Thank you. For January 6th, for that deliverable, I can add the highlights for the ones that are assumptions. And I can even, what I've done in the past, in my past life, is have a note section. If we're waiting on something, I can actually put in when we expect to have it, because usually health insurance doesn't come until January 31st. I typically look at our historical trends as well as the state trend and national trend and try to make
And it's best.
not in a conservative, that's the last thing you want to do, because then you're raising your budget later.
Mhm.
I'll take it almost to like an extreme, but not unreasonable. So those will be built in. So there's typically retirement, health insurance. It typically comes after December 31st. In my experience, it comes by January 31st. So those particular line items, you might see a lot of yellow because it's done by the specific program code. But you'll know it's health insurance, health insurance, health insurance, and I can even put that note with the assumption in there. And then I can actually have a page of assumptions that are still being vetted through with our vendors and in those negotiations with Blue Cross Blue Shield, et cetera.
Yeah,
That's something I
as I
said in the
recall,
past.
the actuary report wasn't here.
Right.
At the beginning of the year either, so we had
Right.
no idea about OPEB. So
Mhm.
And Irene, you did explain to me a really neat idea about what you did in another community where the municipal government and, you know, the leadership, municipal and school got together and had representatives on it to be able to talk about priorities.
Yes,
As a
that's,
community?
that actually is one of the policy adjustments was the, in one of my communities, we had an ad hoc budget work group that wasn't, having, you know, a town ad hoc budget group and then a school ad hoc budget group. We actually came together where it was 2 Board of Education members, 2 town council members, the superintendent, town manager, and then the 2 director of finance. We would start meeting about mid-August to start identifying and projecting what our forecast is as a whole. And then start to identify, we're in agreement, we're going to use 10% for health insurance assumption, so that we're using the same assumptions as much as possible. Utilities, making sure we're using a similar assumption. If we're going to need additional funding, but there's no way to, you know, squeeze that dollar anymore, how much do we both need to go into the budget and make aware that we need to do some reductions in areas? So it's created that synergy between the 2 groups so that we both walked into doing the budget with the same assumptions, the same agreed upon, this is what we're going to deliver. And it really set the stage going forward into the budget process so that when you're going to the end of the process and those groups come back together, you're still delivering that same message that you started with. So it cuts down on any clashes I found between the groups, because we're all here to serve the people we're here to hire to serve. You know, we're here to serve the students. towns hired to serve the taxpayers, but we also need to be cognizant of the fact that the taxpayers also pay for schools. So having all the parties together at the beginning, I found was extremely helpful. I've been in communities with and without, and with definitely
New London just,
made it streamlined.
there was an article in the paper, I think I sent it to the whole board. New London just started looking into creating such a committee, but we haven't even thought about it in Groton, but it's something we can definitely, bring up.
I
Mike,
think, I'm sorry. I
I'll
think,
get you next, Beth. Mike,
Thank you. I agree with Bev that I'd be fine with getting the full superintendent's budget book and digital and printed on that January 6th. And thank Irene for pointing out that, having narratives and highlighting the uncertainties is really helpful, so that we know the known unknowns and they can be refined as the process goes along. I see Ian editing as we go along, and I think that Monday, December 16th one pairs reasonably well with what's in the document that Irene and the superintendent forwarded us to tonight. And I just say that succinctly as, something like the superintendent or previews the budget, because that's been used in past years, that word previews, but instead of with the finance committee, just make it the whole Board of Ed. So previews the budget with the Board of Ed. So for the December 16th.
all right, Bev.
thank you. Thank you, Jay. I think I read somewhere in Ian's handout that he was suggesting that we form an ad hoc budget priorities and procedure committee. And he didn't talk about the town council, the RTM, or anybody else being on it, but he did in one of his pages, he talked about an ad hoc budget committee. So I would be in favor of that. That sounds good. If you could all work together in the beginning, maybe the process will be easier.
Agreed. I think about that RTM education component that Mike always spearheaded, and even to have those guys on board too in the beginning, because that will give you that other dimension. And I think if we work together in the beginning and we kind of agree on priorities and what the expectations are, it's going to be easier than guessing a number in the end, guessing where we need to be, right?
Yeah, and actually that's already in our existing policy. There was some language to that. I believe PU 3113 was the one where it basically said that the board should do that. A closeout session in March and then a opening session in August. Essentially bookending. And then I sort of one of the draft revisions to basically enhance that, and that could easily be a thing that we look at in policy and add in RTM and town council representation on that budget committee. Maybe to, I mean, I like that idea that Irene suggested as far as like trying to just really get the conversation going in a more fluid fashion and make it part of the regular process. Try to head off a lot of conflicts at the pass if there is any problems or grand concerns, I should say.
Irene.
Thank you. I just had a point of clarification. Typically in the private sector, policies and procedures are lumped together as the same thing. But in government, policy is the Board of Education does policy, and then administration sets the procedure. So since I'm new to Groton, I just need clarification on that. If it's being used from the private sector standpoint and just not knowing that there's that difference in government.
Well, I think on the policy committee, we know that to be true, that policy is based on law. And we try to keep that kind of succinct. And then the regulations that go are really done by staff and me, but I tend to share it with the board not to approve it, but just to show how they coexist together. I like to do it at about the same time, and we can, they can give feedback and all, but,
And
I
the
definitely
feedback
saw
has been
in these
ignored.
that they kind of were merged together, and it almost needs to be outlined separately. So what is policy? And I always look to CABE and CASBO to see what is a model policy. I know there's some legislation that's changing regarding budget policy, and so there might be one of those policies that we might have to wait on till that passes, but definitely to look at them almost separately, the way you've got them in, they kind of merge together, but I see one part of what you've written as policy, and I see other aspects of procedures.
I understand that, but that's chapter 4, so I don't want to like jump the gun too far and confuse the issue. I would just say that, the policy handbook we have has things that are coded as P and then things that are coded as R, and we've edited both in the past on the policy committee. So, I think there is some purview there. Granted, the nuts and bolts definitely, come from the administration, no doubt. But overall, like, the Board of Ed does have, the responsibility to kind of oversee these things. But we can save that conversation for when we actually get into those draft revisions. Because honestly, like, I don't think, yes, I know that some of that touches on procedure, but again, those, I like to defend those particularly as we go, because there's specific reasons why I thought those are appropriate to put in there. But I'd just like to kind of focus on the timeline for now and get clear of this chapter. And see if it's a thing that we can get to a consensus on, and then move forward, like this document for a timeline, move forward for this coming year, to the regular Board of Ed meeting coming on the 28th, where we could approve it and say, this is what we're going to go with.
So I'm really going to say that I don't think the number of days that we have in January are really doable, that both Irene as the director of the department and my work as your CEO, I wouldn't be able to do anything else. I mean, it would really consume our time. I actually like Beverly's idea of a half-day Saturday to carve out. I think we could get a lot done. And then maybe put a day down, and like we've done in the past, we give a section of the budget that we're going to go through. And if that needs to keep going, that maybe we have the next day or something, but more than 2 days or 3 days of meetings just is not doable. And
That's
then
a fair point.
IW, so.
Yeah, I definitely, I can agree and empathize with that concern. I just wanted to kind of start the conversation, and
Yeah, I get
this is
that.
like one extreme, and definitely like all I did, I just pulled these dates from like looking at Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays. So we can still carry on the regular COW and the regular Board of Ed meetings as needed. But that also would then conflict with some committee meetings. So I am open to, open to suggestion, open to some sort of like moderation on those dates. But I definitely think that we need to have some kind of steady progression. And I think that was the will of the committee as well, that there needed to be some sort of defined, steady progression and like scheduled sections that were like committed to. We're going to move through these sections, and if we have a good session and we can move through a couple more, then we'll add some more from the next meeting that was scheduled, and try to move through it faster. But I don't know about that. I mean, a half day on Saturday, I would defer to the whole board to see what the consensus is. I mean, if that is a thing that people think would be valuable, and maybe we could get some things cleared out in bulk. I'm open to that. And I think the committee might be open to that as well. But yeah, so I would just, like to
What,
hear.
can I say
I
something? I
Yeah,
can't do
but
4
then-
meetings a week. I cannot do a meeting on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I have a life, I have a husband, and I can't do 4 meetings. My mind cannot take 4 meetings. Even 3 meetings this week is a lot. So that's why I suggest a half a day on Saturday instead of 4 meetings a week. That is just too much.
And we all have to be here early in the morning and we're on the district. So, you know, I have other things too that I'm very responsible for.
So I'm going to recognize Matthew, then Irene, then Jen.
The easy part is on Saturdays. I'm glad to do a Saturday, but for me, it would need to start at 12:30 or 1. Or I can show up at that time, but my mornings are taken, some of your Sunday mornings are taken. I hear you. 3 meetings a week, 4 meetings a week. It's not tenable. But I also heard Jay this year, Matt, I'm going to have to schedule another special meeting. And then there was the sigh as his family life was just vitiated. So I really don't want that to happen again. Not to him and not to any of us. So my question to you, Susan, is maybe when we meet tomorrow to discuss this a little bit more, because I don't want to drag it out, you can just ask yourself the question, look in the mirror and say, how many meetings in January can I tolerate? And give us more than one. Give us as many as you can, and we'll see if we can do it.
And I think we'd have to give up maybe some of our other meetings in order to do this and maybe just focus on the budget. I know it's,
I'll do whatever the group
I
wants.
mean, I can't see adding 2 cows and 4 committee meetings that I also attend, and then a regular board meeting. We're going to have the regular board meeting. And then I counted 8 to 12 of these budget meetings in January and then another in February. So
I read where it says January 7 to 9. Maybe I misread it. I read that as a fork in which a meeting would occur. I did not see that as 2 or 3 days.
I saw it as 3 days.
You know,
3 meetings or
It
a
was-
1 3-day period.
it was written with the idea that, again, like thinking back on our February of last year, where we did end up having to do that more or less, you know, 2 days in a row, 3 days in a row. So I did read it in there with the idea that possibly it could be like that. However, you know, it could also be a window where one occurs. I also could be open to the idea of, you know, replacing some of the cows in a month with a budget session. You know, maybe that's how we approach it. Either way, like, and Saturday afternoons, I could also be open to that. Like, you know, if the will of the board is there, I'm just glad we're having the conversation and speaking frankly about it, and wherever the consensus of the board lands, I'll go with. But you know, I think it's just important that we have a schedule that's fixed and committed, and that we're able to attach parts of the budget to those agendas like ahead of time, so we know what we're getting into and what sections are coming up after that. So if we have a very efficient session, we can actually draw from the next scheduled meeting of like, okay, the next section, let's pull that in now and knock it out. You know, so yeah, I mean, I would like to have at least one budget meeting a week. You know, throughout January, February, you know, to really handle the business that's necessary. But again, looking at the town council and the RTM, you know, they do 2 to 3 a week, depending when they're in the thick of it. Now they only condenses down to a month, but we have a lot more details to go through. So spanning that over 2 months, you know, maybe we could do 1 or 2 a week, or a couple of bulk Saturday sessions. Either way. Jay, I see some other hands up, so I'll defer.
Yes, yeah, I think see if I got this right. It's Irene, then Jen, then Mike, then Bev.
Thank you. My past life, I'll keep referring to that because I'm 2 weeks old here. The Saturday.
You've hit the ground running.
Yeah, thank you.
He's like, all right, break's done as of today, so.
But he's
I'm
still gonna
actually
be
getting-
Fridays.
Yes. I
Give
saw
us
him
support on Fridays. Yeah.
In my past life, Saturday meetings for budget discussions were amazing because the community could also attend, so you had more community engagement. But again, that's up to you to decide what you want to do about Saturdays. The only other items I seen on the budget timeline were Friday, February 28th, just to stipulate that the delivery of the budget to the town manager is electronic. March 14th, instead of saying a printed budget book delivered to all these respective areas is an electronic copy and then posted on the school district website.
Hmm.
And the reason why I'm making these recommendations is to start reducing costs and then also have people driven more towards our website to find some of that information. And then the last item that I would recommend is updated was the very last item that was in September of the subsequent year is sending out the budget forms to the department heads and principals. We don't have that information available in September. And the reason why is due to the grant deadlines. We have to make sure all the grants are reported and all our drawdowns are in by September 30th. So to try and put those two together, it's not feasible without adding additional staff.
Okay.
The audit is now starting in the summer as well.
Yes, the audit.
So you have
starts-
that on
right.
top of everything else.
So audit season typically goes from July until November. So you do have that overlap with the budget. So, this is something that we could revisit changing or updating the turnaround time of delivering the budget if additional staff was added to the business office. Basically, I serve as director of finance, the accountant, as well as your budget analyst. So trying to do three things at one time and trying to make sure they don't fall down. So like I said, these items, if we want to revisit it during the budget process, and this is something we want to do for the 27 cycle, I would just need to put in that request for that additional staff if that's what the board would like.
Mhm.
For this year,
As I recall, the town manager did accept an electronic version. This town has a lot of people that have to have it in paper. So unfortunately, we still will have that March deadline. I don't know how many copies it is,
Okay,
but there's a huge demand for paper still.
okay.
Well, and I think that we've given it to the town council. We don't produce it for the RTM.
No.
But we did it for the Board of Ed and the town council, and it
Mhm.
takes Stephanie, I watch her, almost a full week to
Mhm.
put the thing together.
It does.
It's incredible. So it's also costly because it takes a staff member out of commission in the business office for a whole week.
Isn't that something that we could just, sorry, I'm out of turn, sorry.
I think you were next.
Oh, okay, I'm just gonna isn't that something that we could just like outsource to like a Staples or something? It doesn't make sense to me because I know we produce binders and
Mhm.
you know what I mean? Like it's like it's just something to consider.
It's astronomical.
Which,
I work
yeah,
for
it's not in
Staples
our
corporate,
budget.
So I know what the price is.
Yeah,
So.
no, even if we, okay,
A temp staff person for a week, sure,
yeah, maybe.
right.
Yeah. But anyway, so I think we're not married to all of, the dates. As you can see, we've been being very, like flexible based on, your suggestions and your insights from your old. I really do feel like, as long as we can, get those dates scheduled doesn't mean that we're going to meet. It's more like, hey, if we said we were going to review, just like, what's the school buses, but that night, and we get done that night, fine, let's cancel the other two meetings that are scheduled during that allocated time frame. It's not like we're going to just have a meeting to hold a meeting, because we all wanted our time last January. Well, I can tell you, like, we all didn't want to, we didn't want to be here. So if like administration is open to just putting it on the calendar, and we say that we're at least going to meet like on one of those days, and if we need to extend to day 2 and 3, then that's bad on us, or that's on us that we are making the decision to extend and go beyond and sacrifice our family time. But it's better than poor Jay calling, trying to secure a room, trying to get Mark and his team like up recording, because then they can't plan either, because it's like an ad hoc thing. So if we can just plan, let's say, 2 meetings, maybe it's not all 3 days during those weeks, and then we cancel. Promise you, like, we all don't want to be here either. And I have so much faith in you that like, it's gonna be so organized that we're not gonna have to go 3 days looking at one spreadsheet. So, that's the faith that I'm putting in you. From like the minute we all met you. So, um, if you give us this, I promise you, we will not, like, if we plan 3 meetings in like the 4 weeks, we will not meet 12 times. I promise you, we're not.
No, it's awfully hard to have staff commit to 3 nights in a week.
Exactly.
And even to commit, if we needed the 3 nights and we've put it down there, then, we might have to use it. And that's a lot to commit for all of our staff, whether it's the people putting out the microphones or running.
But let's put it this way, it's at least better planned than us like meeting that night at 10 o'clock saying like, oh crap, we're not gonna meet it. We're gonna need to meet tomorrow. And then now, like if they had plans, now it's sort of like, oh, now I need to work. It's
don't
just
think
some,
we're
it's
gonna
just,
need that many nights. out.
no, I hope not. Like I said, even if it's just 2, it's just something to think about when you guys meet in policy tomorrow. But it's better than like,
We're not going to get through all of this in one day.
No,
Yeah,
there's
no,
no way.
no, and I don't
No
even
way.
know if this has to be in policy. This is the whole board thinking about our schedule. I think you tomorrow night, I think you're gonna, I would assume you're going to concentrate on chapter 4.
Right. I'd rather focus on the actual policy draft revisions that are firmly policy. This, in the policy draft revisions basically just says like, regards to the calendar that we're going to meet and we're going to decide on something every year. And so this doesn't have to carry through as a template. This is just something we have to figure out for now, this year.
Mhm.
And right now it is a conglomerate between, what the superintendent's drafted and what we've drafted, what Ray drafted, I spliced into this. So I think, maybe just for expedience sake, maybe we should just like have the explicit question right now. I mean, do we want Saturdays to put Saturdays in play and have larger sessions that are specifically all for budget and try to push through like, and therefore like eliminate the Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday possibilities, which would allow the board to continue to operate, on our regular schedule as far as like cows and committee meetings and whatever else normally occurs during the month.
Well, first of all, let's get back into
Mike,
Mike Whitney, then Bev, and then I'd like to say something if I may.
Sure.
Mike.
All right, thank you. I accumulated a lot while I was waiting, but I'll make it quick. First, in the superintendent's version of the timeline, there are already 7 budget work sessions. They're once a week. I'm personally fine with having those what are scheduled, with the knowledge that we might need to have more, particularly near the end. Secondly, I heard what Jen said about having it an organized process. I wasn't on the board through the last budget process, but I did go back and watch everything. And I think having the full budget up front on January 6th, and then going through that in a organized and scheduled fashion so that people know what's coming up, not just the Board of Ed, but anyone else from the public, that will really help move things along or do its part too. Irene mentioned, and actually Superintendent mentioned about bottlenecks in staffing and printing things out or getting things ready. I think that comes up a lot. And my suggestion would be, in terms of actually budgeting for next year, to think about staff increases in the business department and finance. And along with that, though, I just want to make a little note that the RTM does receive paper copies of the budget book, or of the school budget supplement, or at least certainly has. And then the last part, oh, there are two things. One, for me personally, Saturdays will definitely conflict with family commitments I have in January and February. So I'll be unlikely to be there or, you know, uh, partially able to attend somehow. So I wouldn't be in favor of that. I know that's not really on the topic tonight, but and then the last thing is, and this is I think one thing that we can resolve tonight or in the policy meeting is the form of the budget meetings. Do we have them as we open up the budget session and then instead of adjourning and forming a new meeting every night, do we just recess and then pick it up as it goes along? That's the form. I don't think that have a big effect on us, but procedurally, but it is the form that the town council follows and the RTM follows. The nice thing there, though, they do have a schedule of what for us to be object codes, they're handling each time. And I think that's really, really important to have.
So we typically do that, Mike. We set aside what we want to accomplish at each of the meetings. So there is another template that we use that has all of the different work sessions and what we want to accomplish.
But yeah, Mike, if sometime you could explain to me what value is added by recessing the meeting instead of adjourning, especially if there's intervening COWs or regular meetings. I'm just trying to understand why that is helpful, but that's not for tonight.
Just quickly, we're trying to align, ultimately, we want a budget book, I think, that's aligned more closely with the town side. And
Yeah.
this would align our budget process more closely with town side with not much problem, procedural change for us.
Yeah, I just don't understand the recess adjournment, what value that adds, but
I could speak to that when
can
you.
Bev is next.
Yep, that's fine.
And then I'd like to say something if nobody objects.
No, that's okay, Jay. You could speak before me if you want to, Jay.
No, go ahead.
Okay. I don't know about the difference between adjourning and recessing, but when I was on the board prior to this time, we always recess when we had budget. I think we recess because we're continuing on with the same topic, with the same, with the same basic topic with the school board budget. We never did adjourn. We adjourned at the very end. We didn't adjourn at end of every budget review meeting. So that's what we did. And I even brought that up when I first got on the board with you guys. I said, why are you adjourning and not recess? And Ken said, well, that's what we do. We adjourn. So I just went along with it. I'm in favor of Susan's timeline. And I'm also in favor of Saturdays, but if everybody can't make a Saturday, then that's not going to work. So I think we could accomplish more if we came in on a Saturday. That's all I have to say.
Could I ask another question of Susan?
Yes.
I see we jumped from a meeting from January 14th to January 27th. Could we squeeze in one meeting in the intermediate week?
I was looking at that too. I thought I would rather do it once a week like that and get another one in if we could. So we certainly can look at that.
Want my blessing?
Yes, please.
Got it.
Thank you. We'll look at our calendars to see. It looks like that would be the week of the 22nd to 23rd. So we could find a date in there.
So as I recall, as Jen has reminded me and Adrian, the uncertainty of adding all these meetings at the last minute. I personally would be in favor of adding a Monday, Thursday meeting for the purpose of planning in advance on the calendar that we could easily, it's much easier to cancel a meeting than to set one up. Monday, Thursday, Saturday is just not good for me. But one of those Monday meetings would have to be a regular meeting, obviously, and I really think we should maintain one COW just because of this, which only gets larger every week, even though we strike things off of it. So
And then you need a
that might be
regular
a good
meeting.
compromise.
So that's 2, 4, 6, 8. 10 meetings in a month.
With the understanding that if we get far enough along, we can cancel them out, but at least they're on a calendar and they don't interfere with RTM or town council.
Now, we also have the whole month of February.
Right.
So, I mean,
But the other thing you have to think about, January and February, sometimes we have snow. And so
you do it
by having all these extra meetings,
by the fire.
Yeah. Well, we will make them all hybrid.
Yeah,
That's
you
true.
could do. Yeah.
So. Anyway, that's my 2 cents.
Okay.
Who's next?
Jay, if I could just jump in to answer the question about why recess and not adjourn.
Yes, please.
Procedurally, what it allows the town to do and the RTM to do is to, at the end of the session, they vote on the final numbers as amended throughout the whole process. And it allows the body to, in that last session, to reconsider any number because they haven't finalized any vote. The final vote out of the extended cow session would be just that, that would be the finalized document, moving it towards the regular meeting for
Can
adoption.
we take a vote in a cow?
Well, you do. I mean, that's what the town council
Yeah.
does. They vote on
Yeah,
that out of the committee into the regular meeting.
Yeah.
And then it's ratified in the regular meeting.
Yeah, we actually call these budget work sessions. So I think, aren't they technically special meetings or?
Well, that's not, I just would like to, I mean, I think that was the general drift of the committee and
Yeah.
number of people on the board that we just want to kind of formalize the process. And it
Right.
seems to work very cleanly for the town council and the RTM to have this extended cow session that they recess, because procedurally it allows them to go back at any point in time to drop in on a previous part of the budget if they have to adjust something based on a decision made on a later part of the budget.
So it sounds like, Ian, are you suggesting that we change our nomenclature and not call them cow meetings and just call them special Board of Education budget workshops? Because it's a Board of
Well,
Education
I mean,
special meeting. so we can
what
take
they
a vote.
say is, but what the town council does is it says it's the budget committee, it's the committee of the whole budget meeting. And it's just recessed and then reconvened, recess, reconvene, recess, reconvene. And at the end, they have finalizing and they vote on each little piece as they go through the process. And then at the end, they vote on the big number. But that also provides anyone in the body that maybe wants to drop back in and revisit any section to try to pull it back in. And if they have the support of the body, then it works, it goes. And if not, so it allows you to adjust the numbers at the end and consider everything as a whole, while also procedurally, systematically going through each section. And it's all one meeting, just extended over a period of weeks.
All right.
So I guess it works more efficiently with the documentation of the meeting as well, because I think if you go back into the archives and look at the way the town council documents what they did, it's all kind of put together as one meeting, one big package.
Yeah, I think the difference is that we have never voted every night on a number. We
Well, I
just,
think that's kind of like, again, I don't want to speak, I mean, that's my interpretation of what the general drift of the committee was. That's kind of like where we were going as a committee. And that's also the sense I got from a number of other board members in general conversation that, we wanted a more formalized process where we did actually do that, where we did actually vote on certain object codes, function codes, and make adjustments by
yeah,
department.
if we do that, then I see your point. You would need to recess. Otherwise, there's certain times you can't go back and reconsider, right?
Exactly.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
You learn something new every day. Mike.
I just want to say quickly, last year's budget process, right at the end, there are several things that were pulled out and voted on by you guys. So this would, it sort of has a hybrid feel to it last time.
Yep. All right. So, moving right along,
Oh, sorry, just a quick question. I guess maybe for procedurally, just to kind of move past this chapter. I get the sense, we should make some adjustments. I'm looking at the superintendent's draft and our draft, and I can see how the two could marry together. Especially with the idea of maybe aiming for like a once a week, twice a week type frequency. As to what you suggested, Jay. So I don't know. I mean, should we, so I'd like to kind of vote. I'd like to see the board vote and commit to a timeline that is mutually supported by the administration and the board. That's a consensus document so obviously some more drafting. You see the highlights I've made already, some notes I put in here. I've saved this as an alternate draft. Maybe this is something we should bring back for the regular meeting or next week, just as a standalone agenda item, just the timeline to try to get it hammered down.
How about if you send it to Irene and I, and we'll look at it for the doable piece. So if you
Okay.
send that to us, and then we can kind of look at ours and that one, and then try to see what we can do and make a suggestion too.
All right,
Because
so
holidays were closed in January and February.
Yeah,
So it would be a Tuesday, Thursday
right.
situation.
okay.
I mean, if the rest of the board and the committee are comfortable with that, I mean, I'd like to kind of just take the notes that I've gotten so far and also look at the superintendent's draft and kind of take a day with it and see if we can kind of find a good compromise here. Excepting Saturdays. I think Saturdays are I kind of pick up where Mike's going. And I do remember the commitments. I got both kids graduated now, so but I thank Mike for the reminder of the Saturday commitments of family. So yeah, that Saturdays could be a very tough hill to climb, but I think we could probably do it, find something acceptable that maybe is only one meeting a weeknight or one or two, depending on how we space it out.
I'm gonna recognize Adrian, then Mike, and then Irene.
I was just gonna voice that Saturdays, I'm kind of in the same boat as Mike with family commitments on Saturdays.
X 86 to Saturdays.
Saturdays are off. I'm gonna take them out right now.
Mike.
You're muted, Mike.
Oh, thanks. I just want to say the Saturday commitment is still school related. But then also, I think at this point, we've hashed out right through January 6th. And so just as long as we have that December 16th and January 6th stuff set, that leaves us a little longer to figure out the nature of the budget sessions.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
Jay, do we want to make a motion to accept the timeline up through January 6th?
I think we can just agree.
Yeah, we can just have a consensus. We generally don't vote in COW.
Okay.
Does anybody object to that? That we're clear through January 6th?
What did we change? Did we change anything? Is Tuesday, October 1st, 2024? Is that still good with Susan and
No,
Irene?
Oh,
Yeah, that was
that's actually the
we have to
15th.
change. We just
Yeah,
did
I
it
don't-
today, actually. So October 15th
October
is when we
15th.
do it.
I'm sorry. Could one person explain what I'm doing? I want to make the note.
Sure. Tuesday, October 15th. I added to that one administrators meeting, principals, and business office. We basically did a kickoff meeting with the principals today.
And business office.
And the only other thing we changed, Bev, correct me if I'm wrong, is that on December 16th, it's going to be previewed with the full board instead of just the finance committee.
Mhm.
Okay,
Right.
yep, I
Then
heard that.
We put the present
So,
in January 6th, yeah.
yeah, so the November 15th is good, November 25th is good.
Mhm. They match our existing timeline, yes.
Okay,
And the
Right.
only request I was going to ask is if Ian, if you send me the updated document that you have here today, I can
Mhm.
work on the dates tomorrow as well as Thursday.
And
Okay,
we can get that January 22nd or 23rd in there too, and add that one.
I'll see if we're open.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. That is, it could be President's Day, one of those.
President's Day, Martin Luther King.
Right.
Yeah.
There's like 3 or 4 between those 2 months.
So we'll just make it, those will be Tuesday, Thursday. Potentially.
gotcha.
All right. Ian,
Yes.
in terms of the budget binder,
Mhm.
do you think that's something? Chapter 3, so we kind of have consensus with the timeline. I'm just wondering if we could skip to policy only because the binder is something that, again, it's a model.
Mhm.
Unless there's something really, is there anything in this change that you really like to highlight to the board?
I guess I would just encourage, the business manager, and, superintendent and the board all together, like, we as a committee were using the town council budget binder as a model. And basically just wanted to kind of reformat the way the budget's presented in a way that would enable us to vote in on numbers by department or by object code. And I'm not sure exactly how that would merge. So I would definitely want to hear more from the superintendent and the business manager on how we could maybe accomplish such a thing. And just a slightly reformatting of information that is already that we already kind of contain.
So in the strategic vision, I've always believed that a budget tells a story. And I think it's really important that we talk about and highlight some of the stories. So what you've had in there is what we're already doing. I mean, transitioning away from the Alliance District is a big nut to crack because it goes with $25 million that Groton continues to get paid from ECS. So I wouldn't necessarily want to put that out to the public because, I mean, granted, we almost were graduated back in 2018-19, but I think it comes with big price tags. So I don't know that I want to put that in a strategic plan. Do I want to continue to have increased performance by our students and growth? Absolutely. But we talk about that in the storyline and, and I think that's important to do. I also think that the charts and graphs also orient everybody to what the spending flow is, how much is the responsibility of the taxpayer, how much is the responsibility of the revenue sources that come in. I think that tells the story. So I'm really pretty committed to some of those things that we've done in the past. I think they do an excellent job helping to tell the story. And I think you need to trust me on that. I certainly am open to looking at other suggestions. In here, you do talk about achievements and highlights. And you talk about some of our, employees. And I think that sheet that goes over each of the buildings and what the leadership structure is and what the special ed is in, what special ed programs are in the schools, I think also tells a story. And that could be part of the budget book. It doesn't have to be, a night out for each school, but I think it could go in there if you recall. We even talked about as part of that, we had I think the cost of personnel. And we talked about the cost of utilities running each of the buildings, but I don't know if that's something that we can do all for January 6th. That's a lot of work.
right?
Mhm.
And just to follow up on Susan, I'll need to see what documents we have from the past and what is being added new to the budget book. Because if it's recreating forms and everything like that, we're already sending the request out to the principals, so I'll need to look at all of chapter, I think it's chapter 3,
Mhm.
to see what we currently have and what would be in addition.
May I,
I
Jim?
think that's a fair place to start as far as getting like, you know, direct feedback on this outline from, you know, the administration point of view.
So there are three things I'd like to four things I'd like to share. The first is, Susan, I really appreciate the trauma that would be felt by some people if the $25 million figure floated too soon. But the question is, it's got to be floated sometime, and maybe give some thought that you can share with us is when, at some point in an appropriate way, when this news has to be shared with the community, because if we do it the year that it's going to happen, it'll be just catastrophic politically.
Well, and there's a lot of work going on in legislation right now, a blueprint through CAPS, which would not decrease anybody's ECS. And so there's a lot of work being done behind the scenes with legislation.
Okay.
And so, you know, I don't want to use it as a scare tactic either, because there's nothing that's been decided on that.
Okay. So the three things I wanted to mention, I would love to see an annex that compares our cost, our expenditure per pupil, not only with the DIRG, but with all the local school districts that may be within a 20-mile radius of us. Because I'm led to believe, though I have not done the research myself, that we're among the lowest expenditure. And I think, given that some people have in some other bodies constantly tell us what a wonderful job we're doing and we don't want our budget to be increased at all, they need to see. The second is Paris. If we're talking about helping the business office with some more support, I shopped at Target today, scored some real good price on dog food. And there I have a big sign out, part-time people available, starting wage $17.75. This is for unskilled labor, and we have skilled Paris. So I think this is something we really need to address.
Just a quick point, ECS is 25 million. Loss of the held harmless provision, currently, if they were to recalculate the ECS formula, I'm told would be 9 million. So still a substantial number. And it potentially is going up every year. So.
All right, a couple of things about that section. One, I know that is a bit of a hot button item. I did put it in there as just examples of strategic areas of focus. Not saying it would be the one that is focused on in this budget. It was just like, there's a whole list of things here that could be strategic areas of focus. And I would, you know, that would be a thing. Basically, just we wanted to kind of put it out front in the budget book and kind of go into greater detail about it.
Yeah.
Again,
I think that whole strategic vision could be a COW.
Or two.
2 or 3, and then board goals one day.
Yeah, we got.
One
But
day.
saying that, I mean, I did choose that one in particular, and
Still think we should.
another couple board members did too, expressing discussing that at some point,
Yeah.
because it is a real thing, and it is important to know, like, what does the future look like beyond that? If there is legislation that is possible to ease the transition or create a different funding structure that doesn't that is not attached to having students performing lower than expectations, maybe that's a future we gotta look forward to.
And referring back to the referral list, I put the discussion of board goals, developing board goals back on January 5th. Another reason why we have to keep the COWs going. Mike.
Thank you. I just wanted a quick point. I hope this is doable. Searchable PDF for the budget book. Very, very important.
What part is really important, Mike? Could you repeat that?
Having a searchable
Oh.
PDF
Yeah.
It's just standard,
Yeah.
and it's helpful for board members, helpful for all levels of government, the public, but also it's actually in keeping with best practices for readability, and so it's actually a diversity, equity, and inclusion point too, because people have different abilities to read, and you can go type to text if you need to listen to a document. I wouldn't want to listen to the whole budget book as a document myself, but having those capabilities to highlight segments would be very, very useful.
And paginate it, right?
Oh, gosh, yes.
Mhm.
Yes.
All right, so do we, oh, Bev.
Oh, thank you, Jay. I just want to thank Ian and his committee, Jen and Mike, for all the hard work they did bringing this forward. It just gives us a place to start off with and a good conversation to where the board wants to go as far as the budget is concerned. So I just want to give him a big shout out.
Thank you, Bev.
Yes,
And yeah, I definitely want to thank my fellow committee members. It was
I agree. This has been a lot of work. I know you gave up a lot of Thursdays to get this done. So,
appreciate it.
So one of the things I was going to suggest before we go and really go do the deep dive with the policies, and I don't think we're going to get them all done in one night, but I do think that one of the things that I've asked Erica to pull, and I think you got a copy of it, was the CABE policies that go with each of these, the more updated ones to take a look at. And I thought it might be interesting too to have Floyd weigh in. Maybe he has even a suggestion or two for him to take a look, because I think the thing that I really want to do is make sure we separate policy from procedures, and to make sure that we have noted all the legal references that need to be referenced and that we're following the state law. And Irene and I had a conversation about state and federal law, but also we have this town charter that she's really curious about, wanting to get to know better and see where that ties in. Because I think that we need to, that's all part of it. And I'm sure you contemplated that, but I think there's a lot of work to do to make sure we get this accurate. And you've already got us started, so I appreciate that. But I think that if we could really take a look tomorrow night at CABE policy with this aligned, maybe, let me go in and share some of these documents with Floyd so he can take a look and offer any suggestions that he might know of, that might help us get it moving forward even quicker.
Yeah, so Ian, stop me, but if I remembered incorrectly from our committee meeting, and Mike too, but I don't think the intent was to go through, is that chapter 4 here?
In one day.
No, at all.
Oh.
Because we automatically referred it to the policy committee. We did not feel that, even though like Ian, put like a nice draft together, we did not feel that that was our place to take the work of the policy committee. So by presenting this, we would overstep policy committee's ability to review it, and then them doing their first and second read. And this would have just overshadowed that. So that's why I think Ian had mentioned that, like in the beginning, it's like we referred it to policy. It's just here for informational purposes and ideas, that like we had thought of, but not necessarily something that you guys should just like approve, right? Without doing your due diligence from the policy perspective. So at least that's.
Yeah. And I think
And Mike, that's
Yeah.
how I thought.
having that legal expertise, I think too, having eyes on it will help us as well.
Right, and to expand on that, we do need to have the legal review of it, because anytime Susan signs, or if I sign, we're accepting a grant for a certain amount, there is standard language in every single one of those grants that indicates that we are attesting that we are following all federal, state, and local laws. So if there's something that we're adopting or considering adopting that is in conflict with any of those three, again, we have grant monies at risk, and that's the last thing that
Yeah.
I would like to see at risk.
Right, and I want to thank Jen for bringing that up. I did mention that in the beginning as well. Like, this was not meant to bypass or override
Yes.
existing procedure, or policy vetting process. That's why we wanted to refer chapter 4, as it is, in the 9 parts that it is, to the policy committee to vet through the usual process. And if, the superintendent, business manager, yes, I would invite and welcome, Floyd, any and all personnel that you think need to put their eyes on this and give feedback, please. Please do, bring them in. To the policy
Thank you.
And
And I'm happy to look at procedures and regulations too, and have you all weigh in on it, but it also has to be something that Irene can deliver with her department, so
Right,
I'm cognizant of that.
And I know that it is probably that, I believe it's 4.7 is the subchapter, where it goes into the procedure for purchasing, right off the guidelines. That went into such specific detail because, that came pretty much verbatim from, Ray's letters over the past, at the last he, or the last regular meeting, he, he gave us a large write-up on recommendations of ways to tighten up the purchasing procedures. And so I just took the opportunity, I found a corresponding policy that already existed in our policy document. And that's another reason why I wanted to focus on trying to do it through revisions, is because a lot of the law all the work was there. I just tried to find policy that generally matched the gist of what the intent was with the revision, to try to streamline the legal end of it. So that would give Floyd something to really research on and be like, okay, well, does that law actually cover this, and can we make that change? So all that is welcome conversation, and I look forward to jumping into it tomorrow night.
Thank you.
Mike, and then Matthew.
Thank you. I echo what Jen and Ian were saying about the intent, that this should go to the policy committee. That said, I think maybe all three of us, I'll just speak for myself. I certainly, in looking at the budget policy, the policy that governs our budget review process, that's on the books right now, lacks specificity and really doesn't have all that much guidance. And so filling in the gaps and having policy that hits on the main points, the main tenets of how we operate is helpful, so that it's not just passed on through oral tradition, but it's codified in our budget and our budget policy. So thank you.
Thank you, Mike and Matthew.
So there are 9 policies that Ian's committee has come up with. I'm not sure that the 2 purchasing ones come under the budget review,
No.
but I think they can be taken up afterwards. That leaves us with 7 that we really need to focus on first. If your committee thinks I'm mistaken, please let me know. So I spoke to Jay beforehand. We're limited to no more than 4 board members actively participating. I would love to invite Jen and Mike to decide if one of them would like to attend every meeting. It doesn't have to be the same one. You can rotate, but at least one of you attend every meeting that we're doing, so we have the advantage of every little bit of color we can get on these issues. As Ian said, the broader the input, the better. If other board members want to come, I think we can set up so that board members can be admitted to send text, the messages. So if
I think we're doing it fully virtually, right?
I think we're doing it virtually. So if somebody wanted to contribute an idea, could they text us?
You might get into a quorum.
So then, so now you've created an accidental.
Okay, so we're not gonna have an accidental meeting. So if we have to limit it to 4, so if you guys want to duke it out, that'd be fine. I look forward to a really robust and constructive series of sessions. We'll get it done.
Do you think this is the order that we start in case we can't get to it all? Where we want to start with 3110 budget planning?
Honestly, I think that does kind of coincidentally just, yeah, that numerical order actually would mostly correspond with priority
Okay.
order in my mind.
Well, let's do it that way.
I mean, even transferring funds between budget functions, that is also later. That is the work of the business office and that's, that's the working on the budget, which is, or, the everyday work that the business department does. So I would say 3160, 3310, and 3320 should be for later, to be reviewed.
I'm
Is
sorry,
there
could you
anything
repeat the
else that
numbers
you see
again?
in there, Irene?
The only recommendation I would have is that we do create a procurement policy, and these purchasing items belong in its own procurement policy. Instead of, it's not part of the budget, it's what occurs after the budget's already set.
Okay. So
So what about the transfer of funds between categories? That would also be in the procurement policy, wouldn't it?
No, that's budget.
Oh, that is,
That
okay,
is, you're transferring from one budget to another.
okay, all right.
And
so
I've
that-
heard mention that there are certain town purchasing policies that we're required to follow. So I don't know what that interplay is.
Right, exactly.
That you might want to study.
That's what we were talking about.
With the
earlier, is
charter.
That not necessarily
No.
charter, but if
Okay.
they have a financial policy that we're in conflict with. We need to start collaborating on the policies and making sure that we're lockstep in how we're doing things. So if somebody were to transfer from the town to work at the school department, we have something consistent or similar.
I don't know that I'm speaking for Ian, so I'll speak for myself, but I invite Ian to pop in. If there's something that we haven't covered in one of these topics, feel free to share your ideas to add to, delete, revise. We will listen attentively.
Sure. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, so
All
just to circle back on what Susan just said, you were looking at 3310, 3320, and 3432 as being things that would definitely we could handle later. And
I
31.
think it was. Did we say, Irene, take a look at this, 3160 transfer?
Basically 4.5 to 4.9.
would all be later.
I'm sorry, I'm getting lost, guys.
So under the, it's showing it up on the screen under chapter 4, proposed policy revision. The ones that are basically ones that we need to focus on now because we are starting the budget process is 4.1 to 4.4.
Or
Right.
actually, can we use the policy number? Because I'm looking at it,
The P number.
the P.
Okay, so the P3110
Mm-hmm.
through P3150. Those 4 items.
And you also wanted to do with transfer of funds between categories as well?
We're just recommending that we
Do
do
those
that at a
4
later
first?
date because the 4 top ones are discussing what
Got it.
basically on our front door.
We're prioritizing.
Exactly.
They're all like time
Get the
sensitive,
job done
right?
But it should be a fun.
and be
experience.
ready for January and February.
But 4.5 and 3160 and 3200 would all be like close on the heels after that, I would think, because that's like budget management after the fact.
Mhm.
Right. And then Irene, you were saying purchasing guidelines and purchasing procedures would be better suited to fall under a broader procurement policy?
Yes, we would need a procurement policy. That's exactly where those 2 items would fall.
And right now, we do not have a procurement policy.
We do not.
Does the town have one?
I haven't reviewed the town's policy. Meeting with Dean next. this
You've
week,
been here
Thursday.
2 weeks.
No, meeting with Dean Thursday.
Oh, good. Yeah, good.
I just would like to say, so 3160-3200. In all the years I've been on the board, we don't transfer funds because we like the budget to reflect so we can see, you know, where the deficits are, so to speak. But I am concerned personally, and I'll see if anybody else is. Subchapter 4.9. This is something that I'd like to get going as soon as possible. Monthly.
Which
policy are you
looking at right now?
So the 4.9 P3432. I would simply suggest that there's a little bit of urgency here. If not putting it in exact policy, if something, Irene, you could be thinking about for better reporting for the board on a monthly basis. Because one of the things that we're concerned about is getting information and enough information in a timely manner.
Okay.
And not finding out when it's too late to do something about it.
Exactly.
I think these 5 would represent a good, high priority.
Yep, I agree.
Again, in probably numerical order or, well, I honestly, I don't know, 3432 could actually be a thing that could be done relatively quickly, maybe, I don't know.
I'd like to hear your ideas anyway. You know, I know that before he left, Ray had sort of floated a new kind of reporting tool, and I wasn't completely understanding. So I'd like to see what you would come up with.
Or if there's items that you've seen in other communities that you're interested in,
Yeah.
and you would like to provide samples, that would help me too.
Maybe something you've seen in the past that worked in some of the places you've been.
So for 4.5 and 4.6, the P3160 and the P3200, now that we have the non-lapsing funds,
Mhm.
we do need to have this available too. That's
Oh,
the
yes.
mechanism to transfer it, but
Right,
that's when you start to see those transfers occur.
right. yeah.
And Irene's on that. She thinks
Yeah.
that we need to do that.
Yeah, and we did, yeah, we just did that with the last fiscal year, but I'm not seeing the urgency because we don't usually do it in the middle of the year.
Right, it's usually done in the third quarter, so the
Right,
majority is done in the fourth quarter.
Right.
Just making sure people aren't overspending.
right.
Well, that's the problem, that they might have a false sense. But we did get better at encumbering, and that's a huge piece of this.
Mhm.
So we know that we have limitations on the spending. False.
Bev's got her hand up.
Oh, Beverly.
Okay. Irene, could you at some point give us your feeling about transfer of funds between budget functions? Because I think that's the item that Ray was definitely against. So maybe at some point you could tell us how you feel about that.
I actually like to see the clean budget. If you look at the available budget column, I frown upon having negative amounts there. And the only reason why is if the person looking at their budget is only looking at one specific line item in the financial system, they're gonna think they have all this money available if you're not looking at your total budget as a whole. So typically, what I would do in my past practice is make sure that the budget transfer occurs within that program itself. And that way you have a solid handle when you're looking at your reports on what you're actually spending. So you don't have that budget available in that particular other line item anymore. The other piece to that is it helps you build your next year's budget. Because the system will give you what your adopted budget was and then your revised budget. So your revised budget is going to show those transfers.
Mhm.
So it's simply adding a column to a report so you can see where things moved from and to, and then it helps you build your budget in your out years.
I think Ray was saying that for him, then he can see and he sees the negative numbers, he knows that that's a line he needs to increase in next year's budget. So it's just
Right.
how you look at it. I mean,
Right.
you're
And-
both looking
and
at it
I
through a
think that,
different.
that could circle back to the reporting as well.
Yeah.
I
So,
never
when
liked
I
the
can appreciate
negatives.
what Irene's saying as far as like making sure that you know, things are in the positive, but you also have to document any transfers that occur. So that
Right.
you know that there was a shortage and that something had to happen in order to cover it. Within the budget that was, you know, the broad budget. So, you know, I think I see sort of a hybrid model coming out of this, but I just wanted to clarify real quick that 31603200 already existed in our policy documents. So
Right.
those things, those powers are already available to the board. They're not new. They just were not exercised prior to or
Right.
in recent history. So again, like you know, I think this process has been beneficial just to kind of have a chance to dive into the budget part of the policy book and you know, raise up a lot of these things and you know, suggest some revisions, and we're gonna kind of work our way through the process, and I think we'll come to a better place on the far side of it.
I agree.
Well, thank you
Thank
all
you.
for this hard work.
Yes.
It at least gives us some starting points.
Right.
And, you know,
Thank
to
you.
build
Yeah.
upon.
One quick question, as far as chapter 3 goes, are we gonna do that the same way we did the timeline as far as just bouncing back and forth, or how are we gonna leave that?
We come back.
Yeah, maybe as we get.
Do I need to take any action on it? Do I have notes, or is that am I gonna receive notes?
Yeah, do you want to weigh in on what you think
Yeah,
about this?
I want to take some more time though, to
Okay.
work on
Sure,
that.
yeah, if you could
Yeah.
just send me a annotated, you know, just take this document, it's a Word document. If you don't
Yeah.
have a Word version, I'll email you both a Word version. So you can just annotate it as you see fit, and, you know, we can kind of bounce it back and forth and bring it back before the board, once we get to a sort of a nice compromise area.
Yeah, I think you'll find, Susan, most of it, it's the same, right? Like we may have just moved
Moved it in different places.
in different order, in different places where we felt like it would make more sense, like top down
Mhm.
or something, rather than just like sporadically put in there. So, it might just have been moved. And, I think, the one thing that's different is like H, where we were gonna pull the capital improvement programs and budget. We know that's not really ours in our jurisdiction, but we wanted to put it there so that we can show that we've been requesting CIP dollars for certain items, and it's either moved forward or been denied. And so
And
that's
Irene and I
something.
were just having that same conversation to do a historical view of all the times we've asked for HVAC for NEA,
Mhm.
you know, like to showcase all those years so
Yeah.
that.
So that might be new. Oh,
Denied after each year.
and,
This year denied, this year denied, this year denied.
oh, and
Sometimes it didn't even make it further, you know.
yeah.
It's
And-
probably- I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but for this budget cycle, it's probably not going to make the budget book. But I do plan to put that 5-year, actually, it's like a 10-year, 20-year look back and then forecast out
Mhm.
for capital improvement, but I'm not committing to January 6th for that this year.
Yeah.
It will come. It might be over the summer, but
Mhm.
that way it tracks the request
Yeah.
and what we receive all the way through.
I know that this year we do want to prioritize NEA and CK with
Mhm.
HVAC and get moving on it. Because
Mhm.
we're spending a lot of money heating and air conditioning and we need to resolve the issue.
So that's like one of the new categories that was in there. Also, before we forget, like it looks like we're signing out, there was one other task that you put for Mike, Ian and myself, and then that was like the software we didn't review budgetary software for the district. We didn't get to that, and we wanted to actually wait for Irene to come and see if she had ideas too. But
Right, right. Good point, Jen. Thank you for that.
I just spoke today
Or what?
for what?
for the new Tyler Technologies to merge in with the town.
Okay,
So I have
Nice.
that quote.
Put it out on the web, right? Because it's cheaper there, or is it out on the
I had them quote both.
both?
Clint and I prefer that it's cloud-based.
Yes.
Clint and I are meeting on it tomorrow, and we're hoping to put in a CIP for this cycle. But again, we still have a contract with e-finance for at least another 2 years.
But it'll take us 20 months to actually put,
It'll take at least 18 months to implement,
yeah.
mhm.
but a lot of the reports you're looking for, well, I can just click a button at that point. I've used the software since.
And she's a pro at
2006.
this too, so.
All right, thank you very much. I know you have to be back first thing in the morning. We're gonna go through our referral list. But we certainly don't want to force you to go through that.
Oh,
I
it's
love
fun.
it.
Thank you very much.
I've been
Chinese
trying
food
to
is
get
coming.
things in board notes from the tracker that we think will suffice because you've asked for some documentation and that kind of thing. So hopefully that works out if it doesn't need to be
Chinese
discussed.
food at 5 o'clock
Right.
table.
You're okay if I leave?
Okay.
All
All
right, thank you.
right,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you, Irene. Thank you, Susan.
Thank you. Thanks.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
Thanks.
Nice meeting
We'll
you.
see you.
Again, again.
Yes,
Jay,
yes.
Wanted to touch base with Irene.
you had said you were gonna take a consensus of the board to approve the budget timelines through what date? But did you take the consensus?
I asked if anyone objected. And there were no objections.
Right,
Okay.
we're up to January 6th on the timeline. Which
Thank
I
you.
can send the notes to Joan tomorrow if it makes it easier.
Okay. Because I know you wouldn't allow me to vote, Joan, so I took the consensus.
I was trying to keep up with you.
I know.
Okay, everyone have a good evening.
All right, yeah, we're just gonna go over the referral list real quick and then we'll adjourn, but thank you, Joan.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Okay. Does anybody want to discuss any items on the referral list or add anything?
I could offer deletions.
Deletions? Okay, shoot.
Okay, under communications. I would say delete the PTO Booster Club outreach. There did not seem to be any pain on their part about not having been called back.
Okay.
And I'm not sure.
Hey, Jay, are we doing the whole referral list or just referral list for the COW?
Well, I was kind of going to concentrate on the COW.
Okay, that's
but-
what I thought. That's what we usually do.
Yeah, but I'm happy to take any deletions.
All right,
So.
we'll get rid of that one.
So deleted. The foreign language survey, we did get that in the board notes. My concern is that was old information. So do we want to have a discussion on the old information? Or do we want to talk about doing a new one?
I feel like there's a lot of information in that one that we had, and it doesn't seem like anything got used, and my guess is that there's not gonna be tremendous differences.
Okay.
I
All right,
mean,
so you still would like to have a discussion about that survey? All right, well, we now all have it, so we can all come up with our questions as soon as I can get it on a COW.
Yeah.
So you now all have the survey data. School calendar is going to be on the October 21st agenda. We had this board retreat to discuss budget planning process. Since we're doing this with the ad hoc, do we really need to have a retreat on the budget? I'd like to do a board self-eval on a retreat.
So board self-eval and maybe the same time, maybe not, to talk about our goals,
Yeah,
board goals.
that's been hanging out there. So does anybody object if we get rid of the board retreat for budget planning, because I think we're spending a lot of time.
Which one are we on?
The 4/15/24 discussion regarding a board retreat to discuss budget planning process. That was yours, Matt. Do you object
I'm
to
must
having
be
a
looking
separate
at the wrong
retreat
sheet.
on that?
The cow, excuse me.
Yeah.
What was the date for?
4/15.
The Bud Foreign Language Survey? No, we can let that go. That's not
No,
mine. Which
No,
one? are you-
board retreat on budget planning.
2 lines below
That's
that.
right, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yes, please can delete that.
All right.
Um,
DEI plan's gonna be coming up on a future meeting. Let's see.
Are
what
we
else?
replacing, and just a quick question there, Jay.
Yes,
Are we, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the document now. Do we have something on there for the board retreat to talk about, self-evaluations and, goals? Superintendent-
no, but I'm gonna add one.
Okay,
I'm kind of hoping, and do we still have a quorum? I don't know why.
I see myself, Mike and Bev online. So that's 3, and
Okay,
Andrew.
yep, all right.
So
So yeah, we can do self-evaluation and goals. I'd really like to do that. I know it's a lot, but maybe in November. Once we get through data
mhm.
and before we get into budget.
That sounds good.
Um, I guess there's really nothing else we can delete. Does anybody want to add anything?
I apologize for walking out. We're not gonna have a retreat.
We're not going to have a retreat on this topic.
On the budget planning process, because we're doing that now with the ad hoc. But we're
Okay.
going to do one for board self-evaluation and goals, and I hope in November.
Okay.
Is there anything else?
Jay,
anybody wants-
what about the discussion of the transplant map? Ian, did you like Susan's answer to that in her board notes?
Oh, I haven't had a chance to review that. Oh, wait, no, was that about subcontracting it out?
Yes,
Yeah,
That's complicated. No, I'm not happy with that answer. Because I
Okay.
were someplace else with that when we talked about it last year. Or it seems we were already doing it and had it about to produce it, and then suddenly it never happened.
okay.
So I thought
so
work
we-
had, and honestly, like, I'm just looking for, we should have that data in-house. And if we don't,
Okay.
that's a problem.
yes, we need to talk to Clint about how his team can create a visual from that. So, all
Well,
right,
I
so we're
mean,
gonna leave that on. We
Yeah.
Honestly,
won't
I'd be
delete-
fine with like just
Because-
an Excel spreadsheet, like a data, like we can do the raw data. I don't need a fancy map. Honestly,
Okay.
I want to know like who's going to what attendance zone, not who individual,
Who has.
person, but just general.
Let's ask Clint if he can come up with a proposal for us.
Right.
Yeah, because isn't it and maybe isn't it as simple as like knowing where the child lives, right? What the closest school would have been, and then what school they're going to. It's as simple as that, right?
Except it changes daily. So the question is, how often do you want to refresh the data?
No,
And
no,
what mechanism do you have?
I don't think Ian was like, and Adrian were asking for it all the time, just like at a single point in time, maybe at the beginning of the school year or end of like last school year, whatever, pick a date and time.
Yeah.
Here are the kids who are enrolled in the district. This is where they live. This is the school that they should have gone to, and this is the school they're going to. I feel like it's 3 columns that you can extract from a database. Do
Okay, so we'll ask Clint to do that.
Right.
We need to be able to refresh it. We don't just want to do it once and file it. So we need to have
Annually, I
something.
think annually, I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Set and
okay.
declare if they're gonna shift from one magnet school to another, it happens on an annual basis. It rarely happens in year.
We
is
know,
my-
but we keep space for the military
Military
children
and.
at all the
people
magnet
moving in
schools.
and
And
out.
so there is some movement, but
But I
Right.
think,
all right. So
It's just a
we'll just ask Clint if we can do this in-house.
yeah,
So we're not going to delete it from the referral list. anything else we want to add, or you can send me an email?
Um,
I
I
would-
do have something I'd like to add. but I'll-
Adrian?
Yeah.
I'll recognize Adrian.
I would like to ask what happened to 2024-10. It seems to have been deleted.
What was 2024-10?
It was discussion, the board's interest in drafting a policy regarding family and board notification of testing data.
Oh, she said they already do that. It's already a district policy and a state policy.
I would
So
like
you
to have,
want to do something beyond?
yeah, because it
I
doesn't,
think,
it happens.
didn't she address that in board notes?
Yeah, but it sounds like Adrian was not satisfied with the answer.
Oh, okay.
We can put it back on and put it on a future agenda item.
Yeah, how do things get deleted off? So if she talks
Well,
about
if
something
it-
in board notes,
If the data is given in board notes, I think she, in certain cases where she feels it answered the question, it gets deleted.
so
I-
some still aren't notified about. Or
I have to go back and read that board note again. I mean, well, we can't really discuss the item here, but what about her explanation? Did you
I have
still have
not read
questions
it,
about?
but I
Oh,
know the
okay.
current practice.
So once you have it,
So
we can
that
come
was
forward
on
for a-
Friday as an embedded link.
yes.
All right.
Well, it was either Friday or the Friday before.
I did not see that.
Okay, yeah, so if you want to do that. and-
Either way, no, I'd like to leave it on there. It's been on there for 6 months.
Okay,
And if the policy hasn't changed, the practice,
okay,
I don't know if the practice has changed.
okay,
I'm more concerned about the practice than the policy, but
okay.
I put it in as policy. Also, there was 2024-11, full review and testing of the testing data and report card, which I know we've started today, but we're not done. And
It's because it's on agendas already through November now.
oh, how do we get those agendas?
They come out on Friday when
All right,
Joyce, but they've been planned, they've been pre-baked into future agendas.
All
So
right.
once they're on agendas, they come off the referral list.
all right. And then well, a new one would be discussion on the software survey.
Okay. Ian,
Yep, I wanted to make a referral to open a line of communications to the representatives and senators to begin advocating that we look at the assessment and diagnostic laws so that current technology can be used to bridge the language barriers. So that
to
SPED,
the state delegation to allow interpreters for the SBAC.
interpreters or interpretive technology for SBAC testing, so that we can better allocate our special education resources and our English language instruction resources.
Right, so you want that to be an agenda item as to whether the board wants to send a letter to the delegation.
Right. Do we want to start advocating for that as a district?
Okay.
And then possibly push on a state level, use our weight as a Board of Education, saying that there's a discrepancy there that we want to accommodate.
I agree.
That I
with-
think we want to do as a board,
Got
because, in my experience, it's definitely a thing.
I agree with Ian in what he wants to accomplish, but it's not clear to me that that's a cow referral item. Rather, I would suggest if Ian wants for him to just draft a resolution that the board could consider and put that as an agenda item on a regular meeting.
Yep.
What do you think, Adrian?
Either way, we'll put it on an agenda item for discussion.
Ian, you prefer it as an agenda item or as a referral for a cow discussion?
Well, my thought would be run it through Cal, come up with a good consensus document, and then
Fine.
and then send it to a regular meeting to ratify as action.
Sounds good. Jen?
Just so that we don't lose track of things, I guess. Can we add like a column to say, date completed? And then, we leave it on there for like 3 months and then it just goes away before or sunset it. So that this way, like, what was it, 24/10, right? Like,
Yeah, it's not a surprise.
it's not a surprise. And if 3 months is too long, maybe 2 months or whatever, like, we think is fine.
But there should be notification. If
Well,
something.
why don't we just, why
something
don't we just
goes
do a
beyond
strike, why don't we just do a strike through with the date?
A strike through with,
We'll just strike through with the date that it was.
Yeah.
The same
Leave
thing.
that.
yeah, it will
Yeah,
accomplish the
leave that
same
up there.
thing. Yes,
Yeah.
instead of another column. Yep, it will
Right.
accomplish
I will
the same
ask
thing.
Joyce to do that. All right. Very good. Is there anything else? I'm going to recognize Andrea.
Motion to adjourn.
Do I have a second?
Oh, well, wait. I had one more thing.
You lost your mind.
Jay, can I bring forward one more thing?
Okay, go ahead.
We're already in the motion to adjourn. So I'm not sure if this would be a Cal referral or a curriculum committee referral, but honors classes, would that be if we wanted honors classes all the way through? Or if we want to discuss it, I should say. Would that be a curriculum committee referral or would that be a Cal referral?
That would go to curriculum first.
That's program of studies.
That would be my sense of it.
Okay, then I'll send an email to the appropriate chair.
There's
and-
one on the curriculum right now that says discussion RE honors classes beyond the 10th grade
Oh, yeah, that's already on there as
Okay.
of 9/16.
from you on 9/16.
No, all right, I guess I already did
So
that.
we actually picked that up, I think, from a meeting, Ian.
All right,
Joan and Joyce are extremely good about listening to these meetings to the bitter end and then grabbing things.
that's appreciated, much appreciated, and definitely very welcome. Thank you for that. And the other one is a policy referral. I'm thinking it's, I want to look at policy 1312 and 1312.4 about the anonymous and complaint process and procedure, but I think
Can you
that
give the numbers again, Ian?
1312 and 1312.4 having to do with public complaints and anonymous complaints and how they're handled and reported to the board.
And I think there needs to be a distinction between the board and the district. And that's
Right.
where there was a crossover in that policy that was confusing.
Some of the language is ambiguous and
Fair enough.
You've got a motion on the floor,
We have
Chair.
a
Mr.
motion
Chair.
to adjourn. Do we have a
I
second?
second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye,
Double thing.
opposed, abstentions. Thank you, Mark.